Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. So this is another experimental attempt at a stream, going through Pathologic Classic HD. Everybody please let me know if you can hear the audio alright of my speaking versus the music. Thanks for the tip about Drakengard. Am I echoing? Oh no. Well, that's weird, because I am using headphones and everything. Disconcerting. Huh, okay. Well, one's getting echo and one isn't. That's... Because I don't know what's causing it, I will, just, not do anything for now, because I'm not really sure what I can do about it. Sorry. Oh, this explains much. 2 browser windows open. Okay, that's a relief. Okay, so just to recap for anybody watching later or just joining, a wildly hypothetical situation. Let's see, let's take a look at the map. Be easiest. So we're playing as Daniel Dankovsky, a Bachelor of Medicine, so that roughly translates to medical researcher in today's terms. He is not a physician, he is a researcher. And, so he has come to this tiny, strange town far out in the steppe, looking for one Simon Kane, a supposedly immortal man, on the advice of his longtime correspondent and colleague, Isidore Barak, who is a native of this town. And, hey, Jason, glad you can make it again. That's awesome. Yeah, so first going to Simon's house. Wildly hypothetical situation is my favorite British children's book. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? So as soon as he goes to Simon's house, he discovers that he's already dead. His brother Georgi is mourning him and casting about trying to find his supposed killer. And sets you to find this killer. And Victor, his other brother, also sets you to that. He'll have more to do later. Whereas Maria, Victor's daughter, and daughter of the late Nina Kana, the Wild, revealed that she is clairvoyant, which the Bachelor was not a huge fan of, but went along with it anyway. So, for lack of any other leads, he went over to Isidore Barak's house, only to find that Isidore, too, is dead. Which is doubly inconvenient, because Isidore is also the last person who saw Simon alive. The guards at the door advised him to go talk to Alexander Saburov, the sort of de facto governor of the town. And Saburov was little help, but told the Bachelor to go to the other side of the house and talk to the morphine-addicted Katerina Saburova, who also happens to be clairvoyant, though also very muddled with morphine. Alexander also advised talking to Yulia Lyuracheva, a thinker and mathematician. Leads, we got the guys at the crime lab working on it right now. In Hansen. But Yulia feels that her powers of deduction are failing her completely, and so she advised you to go talk to Laura Ravel, the kindest person in town, who didn't know anything about a murderer, but did want you to go find the children's stashes of a mishmash of pills that they made when playing Plague years ago. Turns out these are deadly, and now they're on the street again, but Laura wants you to go and confiscate them from the house where they're being stored. Yulia also sent you to go talk to Anna Angel, who is no angel, and there is a dead man on her floor who came in after ambushing someone at the train station. Anna wants you to help her cover up the murder, even though she didn't do it. And she actually didn't do it. By the way, she is a very sketchy person, but innocent of that. Anyway. But I didn't want to do that because she's sketchy. But, yeah, so... Oh, and, I think Yulia also advised you to go see Big Vlad Olgimsky, the local money man, who is the owner of the abattoir, and basically owns the entire town's economy. He was no help. But, he really didn't want you to go talk to his slimy son, Vlad Jr., Vlad the Younger. So I went and talked to his son, Vlad the Younger, who is a slimy slime ball. He is great. He's just the worst. He's fantastic. Anyway, Vlad Jr. always pretends to be on your side, though he's always essentially angling for the business, ultimately. And, he wants you to go discover a, fugitive from the abattoir, or from the termitary, the workers' bunker, who is hiding out at the house of one Aspity, whom we haven't gone to see yet. So that's pretty much where we are. Dark reimagining of the Big Lebowski. You're actually not far off. Daniel goes off on so many tangents because he is just led around by the nose by everybody in town because he has no idea what is going on. It's great. He is so smart, but also so completely blinkered that he never really understands everything that's happening around him because he is so thoroughly misled from the beginning by everybody, because he is really not used to dealing with intrigues and lies, and is kind of terrible at dealing with it. I love it. So, anywho, that's where we are. So, first thing we're going to do is go talk to Victor Kane, because that's what Daniel decided he should do instead of helping Anna cover up the murder. Victor isn't going to reward us anything for that, but you know what? Oh well. That's fine. Anna would have rewarded us, but it would have cost us more to help her with the cover-up, so it's not even worth it from a pragmatic standpoint. Anyway. Oh, and this is Ava Yan. She is our, she's currently, we're staying at her house, and,
I had a feeling you would come.
She doesn't have a lot to say right now, because, we talked to her in last stream. And, the autistic intellectual thrown into the reality of daily life in Russia. Well, there is a, popular fan theory that Daniel is the secret fourth autistic character in the game. There are 3 canonically autistic characters, that we'll talk about when we get to them. But there's a pretty compelling essay on the topic. There's also a popular fan theory that he is secretly a trans man, and that many elements of his character design point to that, which would not be too unbelievable, because the lady that fans know as... oh gosh, what is her name? I'll say it if I remember it. I'm blanking. Anyway, the lead art designer. And as I understand it, like, big part of the general overall ideas and everything for the characters and world and everything is a trans woman, so she would know many of the indicators. So, anywho, also, again, this picture is in no way symbolic, That man in no way resembles Bachelor Dankovsky, except in every way. Alright. Off to it. Ah, good. And fortunately, the rain doesn't have any particular effect. I think I already alluded to these. Oh! They've already restored. I really need to look into when the bins actually refresh in this game. In Pathologic 2, I think it happens at midnight, or maybe at dawn. Anyway, once a day. But in this one, I think it happens a couple of times a day. And do you have any bullets for me, young girl? Yes, you do. Excellent. And silver rings are valuable to these kids. And how much is that worth? Too much. You know what? I will go ahead and get a rifle bullet, because I am eventually going to want to have a rifle. And there's a lot of bartering in this game, by the way, as anybody who saw the first stream will know. The comorbidity of gender identity variance and autism is very high. Yeah, the faces can be a little, you know, this guy is one of the weirdest looking in my opinion. Sorry, but I can't help feasting my eyes on your outfit. Who was the Mad Tailor? Said the man in the snakeskin coat. But yeah, so let's see what Victor had to say. That is the late Nina Kana. Last playthrough inspired me to ask children for ammo, but so far I just got weird looks. Yeah, well, you know, it helps if you have sharp objects to give them. They really only want the sharp objects, ultimately. That's the most important thing. I've paid a visit to a most suspicious lady. Her name is Anna Angel. There's a mauled body at her house. Indeed, so you've already made it as far as the Willows, which is what her mansion is called. Well, used to be called before the Willows withered. You are quick to make new acquaintances. So what do you make of this lady? Suspicious. Hiding something. Lying. Curious, she came to that house as a fugitive 6 years ago. It is hers now. The family that had given her shelter went on to disappear in a rather distasteful manner. The owners succumbed to a fatal disease that had struck them rather suddenly, and their daughter, Willow, simply vanished. And, I'm just going to, I tend to prefer to get information out of people, even if I already know. But, just to get his perspective, what kind of a person is this Anna? Excuse me. I know very little about her. She's been living here for quite some time, but she is very secretive. My daughter has told me that she likes to be the center of attention, male attention in particular, and yet she doesn't socialize much and is rarely to be seen in public. It's as if she's hiding. We should arrest her, just in case. There's no need. I know everything already. The poor chap was killed by a mob. A lot of moronic acts have been committed today. You were right about one thing, though. It is reasonable to assume that more people have been involved in Simon's murder than meet the eye. And now more of Anna's quirks. I'll keep that in mind. What do you intend to do? Don't worry, all in good time. And should Anna ever ask you to assist her in some innocuous-looking business, take your time before you agree. Give it some thought, and try to find out as much as possible. I'll do as I see fit. No, thank you. And, by the way, pardon my sniffles, it's just a seasonal thing. I actually had to go to the doctor this week for a routine checkup, and so, since I was sniffling and stuff, they tested me for various things, including COVID and flu, and I didn't have them. So, yeah, I just didn't get them around this time of year, so please pardon that, if it comes up. That's a better headspace. Alright, so let's see. I think that he has nothing else to say right now, and this is a handy feature, by the way. When you've finished a quest, it does actually tell you that the quest is finished with this 3-star paragraph here. I think there's a 2-star paragraph if you failed it, specifically. But, We should be searching for someone cryptically referred to only as she, a particularly eerie specification, if you ask me. True, it does have the number of possible suspects, yet I can't say I relish the idea. I'm not going to read every journal entry, by the way, though many of them do have interesting information in them. And I also do save a lot in this game, just in case I get into a dead end. If this were Pathologic 2, I could go over there and take a boat. Oh well. Let's see, I think there's nothing else I need in this part of town right now. Oh, but actually I do want to stop in here and see if they have a face mask. Because if I can get one on day one when they are cheap, that would be fantastic. No. Oh well. Because all I need is one. That can last me the entire game. What a great idea. So yeah. And there is, of course, a lot of walking around in this game, as already established. I actually enjoy it. There's just something satisfying about just planning a route through the town and getting where you're going efficiently. It definitely takes some practice, but it's I feel a satisfying part of the game, even though a lot of people do complain about it. And I do love the Stomatin stairways to heaven. We will climb one at some point, just once I've got a little free time. But right now I do want to just get some quests moving along, and then do some grocery shopping, since I think I don't need my money for anything else right now. I hadn't decided exactly what I was going to do about Anna's quest yet, so I didn't want to go shopping earlier. I saw reviews of big open-ended RPGs. Many of the negative reviews boiled down to I didn't save often enough and my choice had an effect. Yeah, turns out a lot of people just want to turn their brains off when they're playing, and you know, I get it. But at the same time, I definitely do like this sort of thing where you actually can mess up. Though I cannot mess up the main day one quest, or else Daniel will die. It is unique in that way. Let's see, the door to this grocer's is here, I think? Yeah. This is the most menacing grocer in town, by the way. I just love his random axe in the middle of his shop. Just, yeah, most of the other ones are more straightforward shops, but this guy has the biggest shop, I think, and definitely the creepiest. Ooh, a lemon. Those are great because it actually reduces your fatigue a little bit, which is really valuable in many situations. Let's see. I should actually spend somewhat responsibly. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to get everything. Why not? I should spend just quick turnaround right there. Yeah, that should be... Honestly, that's probably more than enough food to get me through day 2, which is the most expensive day, I think. If I recall correctly, anyway. But, I'm still gonna stock up on more, because by far the cheapest is day 1. With this character's death, the thread of prophecy is severed. Moments are necessary sometimes, says Jason. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And also, one thing I loved in Morrowind is that you can straight up carry on after that moment. You can sever the thread of prophecy and still keep going. It's great. This is
There's
Capella.
a peculiar smell on the outside. What is this?
Huh, okay. Well, there was I guess, a couple of people have hinted that I should talk to her about things, but I guess there's not actually any quest reason to talk to her today. These are games that have branching storylines for multiple characters and factions and on and on. Yeah, I mean, you would think that going in, that would be the expectation on that sort of thing, but, you know, I guess people are more used to Skyrim. Oh well. Hey, drunk. How about we barter? No! Why did none of the drunks have bandages today? What's going on? Let's see. I don't really want to repair that. Well, food's more important. But, yeah. Oh, this shop is the exact same shop. I forgot. But, have different stuff. Delicious egg. A phrase that has become something of a meme in the pathologic community. Jeez. I hate to sell medicine on day one, but I really do want to stock up on food now rather than later. Yeah, okay. Oh well, it's fine. I prefer to sell things when they're most expensive, if possible, and buy them when they're cheapest. What a thought. So, yeah, right now I'm just going down to the poor quarter of town, the poorest quarter, the crude sprawl, to speak with Aspity, who is harboring a fugitive, and then I'll need to go right back to the rich quarter, because I should have gone to talk to her after talking to Vlad Jr., but I didn't. Oh well. This is not going to be a speedrun or a perfect playthrough, I should point out. Not that speedrunning this game is generally practical in general, but, you know. You can, interestingly, speedrun Pathologic too. Wish I could cultivate this zen-like blank expression on the shopkeeper's face. Yeah, just a perfect poker face. Essential characters. I was playing Metro 2033 Redux and was getting overwhelmed, and the guy I was supposed to be protecting killed most of the things trying to kill him because he can't die. That's awesome. Yeah, well, at least that sounds like a more bearable escort mission than usual. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh well, it's fine. We'll go around. And let's see. Maybe this drunk will have something for me, because that's Aspity's house over there. Just a tourniquet. They're just not as valuable, but what the heck. I'll take one. Because, yeah, let's see. Oh, that's right, that's right. It's been a while since I've since I've played the first one. So yeah, there's a little spot in the fence you can get through over here, though this area is plagued. If I recall correctly, it's a favorite spot for plague clouds to hang out. Because of course. So this is Aspity's horrible house. Don't mind the creepy doll in the snakeskin coat that looks a lot like mine. People talk about main character syndrome, but I have NPC with the quest no players want to take syndrome. Yeah. Also, don't mind this other creepy doll that somewhat resembles
There's a hole
another character. This is Aspity.
We frequently do good to enable us with impunity to do evil.
So again, if you click on somebody's portrait, you can find out what some other people in town think about them. So Katerina Saburova, the morphine-addicted almost mistress of the town, mistress being a title of mystical women, says, however odd, Aspity is a good person. However odd, Aspity is a good person. She talks about death all the time. She asked me once why there is no Saburova tomb at the Stoneyard Cape, and when it was about to appear. And she looked so innocent. She respects me as a mistress, and that is something I cannot simply brush aside, especially since my followers abandon and betray me with each passing day. And by the way, that is 100% Katarina misreading something Aspity said, because Aspity is the best at sarcastic jabs. Danielle is pretty good at them. She can speak out of both sides of her mouth. She's fantastic, because that is her... asking her why there's no Saburova tomb at the Stoneyard Cape is straight up just making fun of Katarina's lack of power compared to the other mistresses. And then Sticky, an orphan boy, says, such a mysterious creature. No one knows how she came to be in the town. Unlike others, she's not in danger because she's immortal like Simon. They also say that after Simon had cast off all that was evil in his heart, the steppe provided bones for her body, and that's how Aspity was born. But she asks, do you know where to find clean water around here? Fresh water must be plentiful in this place. There's a river close by. All that water comes from the steppe, and it isn't exactly clean. Yesterday I inspected all the springs in the area. There seems to be no more clean water around. That salty taste is everywhere. It's reddish in color, and there are disgusting clots in it. Where can I find clean water, then? The townsfolk store clean water in homemade reservoirs. This modest supply should be enough to help us last a little while, but afterwards we'll have to drink that bloody mixture. How disgusting.
Why is the termitary so loud? What are they celebrating?
What do you want, I wonder? There's a runaway hiding here. Take me to him. Why would I? He's in danger. I'm here to help. That's not actually true, but I actually can finish the question that way. He's a butcher. He won't talk to you. You wouldn't understand him. He's been here for more than a day. More that a day. But they meant more than a day, I guess. But even I can't get him to talk. It is I who'd rather tell you something. What do you want to tell me? Big Vlad has plugged the termitary up for a reason. The butcher's mumbling is all over the place, but if you listen carefully, you'll make out tales of such horrors that I get shivers all over. Thousands of people have lost their minds all at once there. Many have died. Something is brewing inside. Sorry, folks, just a second, please, while I mute the mic for a second. Sorry about that. Can you lead the runaway out of town? Really? Why? Here he's entertaining me, and it's dangerous to go out into the steppe anyway. What if his pursuers rip me apart in the street? What if they think I am a Shabnakadir? That's a steppe creature of bones and mud. What can you offer me in return for the service? Lead him out or he'll get killed. You can show me the door if you want, but thugs for hire will be less compliant. Fine. I'll take care of the butcher. He'll disappear. Consider him non-existent. But now you must leave. Don't try watching the door. You won't see anything anyway. And tell the Olgimskis, thick-headed bloodhounds, that they have no business here. I harbor no killers. Deal. It actually won't make her like you more, but I just think it's the best outcome. Because Vlad Jr. just wants to kill this man because he's afraid he'll spill the beans about what's actually going on in the termitary. And Vlad Jr. is awful. Mary Shelley's Golem. More or less. No, it rises out of a grave of its own volition, supposedly, and takes the form of a woman, except for the clacking of its leg bones. That lore dub sounded like Satanist and love lyrics. Was there anyone around that would want to see Simon killed? Ha! No one's seen the Shabnak yet, but everyone knows what he wants already. Do you know that a man-eater's victim feels the encroaching death? They know in advance they're next on his list, and so they walk about restlessly, waiting and waiting and waiting. And then, the wait is over. That's how you can tell who's being hunted. Anyone could become a victim of this hunt. You don't need to be a prophet to know that.
To tame
I
his
shouldn't have said that, I guess, but oh well.
Earth had disgorged a monster from deep within its bowels.
But, yeah. Anyway, Aspide's great because later on she is going to get far more aggressive about how much she immediately hated the Bachelor. It's also great because she just completely misleads him about some things, and she never tells a single lie. It's believed by characters in-game that she is incapable of lying, and I think she's one of the people who believes it, because she does not ever lie. And, but her truths are so often misleading. And that's what I love about the dialogue in this game, is you actually have to read it closely. What's up? Oh no, not that one. Let's see. Ah, here we go. We've almost caught the unseen cat. Want to come see her? Where did you find such a cat? It's a famous pale cat. Her eyes are like translucent emeralds, her fur is gray, and her body is completely transparent. So what, can you see its bowels too? The light passes right through her. It's very pretty, but most importantly, she's invisible in the dark, and rodents can't hear her. That's how light her step is. She belongs to the pale obtuse. To the what obtuse? Ah, it's no use. I know you won't believe me anyways. Just come over to see the cat for yourself when it gets dark. It's over by the 12th warehouse. The password is hell froze over. I'll do my best not to forget this intricate phrase. It's weird to see anyways in this. It's definitely an anachronism. That's always something that bugs me when I see things. Like, I can't remember what game it was I was playing, but, the writing in it just felt so off, and it's because even older characters were saying things that only much younger people should be saying on the regular, like, anyways, instead of anyway. It's just, come on, do a little bit of work to, towards verisimilitude, please. So let's see here. How much is that worth? Not much. Okay. Gosh. I'm gonna go ahead and sell the tourniquet just to, I don't really need crackers, they're kind of worthless. Because I really do just want to stock up on as much food as I can right now, before the day is over. So you have to pay attention because it's intricate. Whereas in the Elder Scrolls games, you have to pay attention because everyone is full of shit. Yep. 100%. Let's see here. What can I sell? What can I sell? Gosh, I'd get more for my scalpel on day 2, but you know what? Screw it. It's fine. I'm not buying the vegetables because they actually... Because each tin is supposed to be a different type of vegetable, they actually restore a variable amount of health, of fullness, and so, they're just not as reliable as other food sources, so that's why. And, for some reason, the last shipment of vegetables the town got, because the food train has not been in a while, okay, I am where I thought I was. Good. One more grocer to stop by on this side of town. I love it when everybody just stops and stares at you. But yeah, supposedly when the last train with food... Oh wait, you had a lockpick. Came to town. Dang, and I don't have enough. Oh well. For some reason, the shipment of tinned vegetables just were unlabeled. It might have been that the gang of thieves operating out of the warehouse stripped all the labels to help them steal something else, I forget. The Mages Guild main plot in Daggerfall is, do you want to side with murderers or people experimenting on sapient constructs? And I'm pretty sure they're both lying to you. God, yeah. Sounds about right, honestly. Jeez. Definitely not selling my gun. 'Cause that's the... Okay, well, you know what? If I make some more money by end of day, I'll swing by here again and get some more, because I don't have anything I really want to sell today. Because I think I can sell a bandage for like 1,000 tomorrow, which will come in useful down the line. Honestly, I might not even have ought to giving away quite that much money, but I know I can get a pretty good amount tomorrow, so it should be fine. This is Sticky's house, but I don't think he's going to have anything to say today, because I certainly don't have any quests to do with him yet. Yeah, he's just holed up in this abandoned house.
Every Joker's one step away from being a goner.
And he's actually a much more major character in the second game, because Artemy kind of winds up adopting him and Grace, who we'll meet later. So Bad Grief, chief of the local thieves, thinks, now that's what I call good thieving. A nimble lad he... Oh, and by the way, for some reason, in this game, Bad Grief has a southern accent. It's very odd. 20 pounds of cat, oh boy. A nimble lad he is. So I'm not going to do the southern accent for Bad Grief, because I'm not used to it. And also, the dialogue doesn't really back it up necessarily. Snatching a ring off your finger like there's no tomorrow, knowing all them ins and outs everywhere, and the lockpicks he makes. Man can always recognize the hand of a true master, don't you think? I'm totally making the lad my minion as soon as I get my hands on him. He's a snappish pup, all right, all bark and bite both, trying to keep away from good old Bad Grief. But who knows, perhaps one day he'll be the heir to the throne of the King of Thieves. It's anyone's guess if I'm really going to do it. And then Capella, that is, Victoria Olgumskaya the Younger, has to say, Big Vlad's daughter, that cryptic creature that he has encountered in some desolate corner of the town has really changed him. It seems to have turned into a mania. The main goal of his adventures used to be a non-existent hidden treasure, but now he's going crazy for that long-neck monster. He's positive that is the last vampire. Want to see something fun? Sure. Look around. Some houses are always open for you. Others open for everyone, only under special circumstances. If a person dies, or when there's a wedding or something. Others are only open to those who can find a creep hole in. And... well, I collect places like that. I made a map a year ago. Now there are so many marks on it that there's no room for houses. I hid in a house for about 2 hours once. The owners were there, but they didn't notice me. Interesting.
Have you seen a pale, glimmering man at night?
So that's everything for him. I think he's supposed to be Cockney. It's not good if so. Yeah, I mean, the dialogue, I think, was supposed to be more along the lines of Cockney from what I remember. He's no Kuno, that's for sure. Yeah, oh, Disco Elysium, what a good game. Yeah, and in the second game, he just, talks like other inhabitants of the town. He doesn't have any special accent, because he is canonically supposed to be a native, so it doesn't really make any sense. Oh, and yeah, we didn't see any of this yesterday, but, a lot of the local men believe that a monster has taken the form of a woman, and was the murderer, so they're gonna go kill her. And if I kill them, let's just say it won't be good for me. So, unfortunately, I'm just gonna ignore it. But actually, by going in here, I've unloaded them, so she survives. That's my interpretation. But, yeah, fortunately that stops after day 1, the, mania. And let's see here. I think I finished... See, I finished, Anna's quest. It does bug me that in the letters, you can collapse them, but in quests and other tasks, you cannot. Oh well, so... Yeah, so I just need to swing by and talk to Laura. Then I think I just need to revisit Vlad the Younger. And after that, then old Daniel can sleep for a few hours, and we might be able to, if I don't. I'm sorry about smacking like that. I've been drinking tea. I might be able to do some more looting or something, but in the interest of just getting to, you know, more interesting events, I might just skip ahead, even though it would not be the most advantageous thing to do. Oh, right, that's the wrong door. Obviously, it's this side door over here. Of course. Duh. Okay, I can't afford anything. Oh, wait, maybe I can afford the lemon. Oh, what am I thinking? You didn't have a lemon. Brain and brain. What is brain? My favorite line from all of Star Trek. But, yeah, so I think the best thing is going to be to talk to Laura first, and then talk to Vlad the Younger again, and then see what people are feeling like. Also, I guess I should ask whether y'all would like to see me continue with this, because I do love Pathologic, or would like to see anything else. I was thinking of maybe doing a Dark Souls Soul Level 1 Soul Level 1 run, and I saw this bug last time too. I don't know why this is a thing on this playthrough, but apparently it's going to be. This particular stairway to heaven is just cursed, I guess. I'm sorry, I don't know why. Yeah. Oh well. What can you do? What can you do? There's another grocer over here, but it won't do me any good because I'm out of money and things to sell. And... yes! More rifle bullets. Good. The muggers are gonna be so afraid of me. Actually, no, they're gonna attack me as they always do. I'm not gonna trade for that because... I think the smallest girls who will have the most valuable item in the game will want them as well. So I'm gonna hold on to them just in case I run into one of them. There we go. I don't really need this much Meridorm, which is, I think the worst painkiller, but honestly, I find it's generally good enough, and I tend to sell any of the stronger ones most of the time. There's a character dynamic in a manga I've been rereading because it's super fun. It makes me think of a scene in Deep Space Nine. Cool. I still need to watch Deep Space Nine because I hear nothing but good things about it. And then I just walked right by where I actually need to go because I was not paying attention. Where Bashir is talking to O'Brien about how he likes him more than his wife. Jeez. Did you ever read Chief O'Brien at Work? It's a delightful little comic about Chief O'Brien's horrible dead-end job, where he just stands in the transporter room and waits for somebody to come, even though the ship's computer can just transport people anyway. Wait for the beard. Isn't that always the rule with Star Trek, huh? You know, it's certainly the rule with, Next Gen. But, yeah. Anyway, good to know that there are still several grocers that I'll be able to get yet more food out of by end of day. How are my stocks doing? Okay, good. And how is my character? Oh, getting hungry. Time for food. Pardon to any misophonics out there. I think I'm gonna eat fresh fish. Food won't spoil in this game, fortunately. There's actually... let's see... Oh, the description of the bread, it implies that some food can become dangerous or be dangerous, but that was actually a feature that they'd intended to have in the game, but never got around to implementing. So, oh well. Because poor Ice Pick Lodge never has quite enough time to fulfill all of their grand ambitions. But hey, unlike most game studios, they are actually ambitious. Laura?
They say Ripper was caught. Does he really cut people?
Oh, okay, I can't talk to her about the Schmouter because I don't have it. It doesn't really matter in this case because this is just a side quest. But I still like to complete as many quests as I can. If I recall correctly, I can basically just tell her, nah, I'm gonna keep this, instead of giving it to her, because I think she just gives me some money if I give it to her, but the item in question is an actual functioning cure-all that does also happen to do health damage, considerable health damage, and is implied to be no, not implied, outright stated to be extremely deadly in general. I think it's maybe Yulia who... It's either Yulia or Lara, I think, who just straight up says, do you know when you take a bunch of pills mashed together? When you're trying to unalive yourself. So, yeah, it's one of those things that should not work, but in this game does because of reasons. And, yeah. I don't actually have any reason to jump on the railing, but, what the hell. I do, however, have a reason to jump on this railing, because... Behold, the best shortcut in the game, by which I mean not actually a shortcut, until later, when there might be plague clouds around. Don't worry about the well, everything's fine. Never mind that digging wells is taboo in this town. Hey, Vlad.
Interest speaks all sorts of tongues and plays all kinds of characters, even that of disinterest.
Very true. Alright. Vlad, now tell me, did Isidore visit you last night? Tell me the truth, please. Yes, Isidore did pay me a visit, but don't ask what we talked about. I have no right to share that with you. Right. I'm going to ask you one more question now. Your answer will determine whether you and I become friends or enemies. And I love this because Vlad just says, I have no right to share this, and you just say, tell me and we'll be friends. And he says, well then, I'd rather be your friend. Go ahead. It's just, what a slime ball. I love this guy. He's terrible. He's absolutely the worst, especially in this game. He is a little better in Pathologic 2 because he is at least not racist. Or, well, okay, he is racist, but he's less racist in Pathologic 2. I like, Jeezy says, I like overambitious mess games. Yeah, me too. What did you want to talk about? Tell me the truth, please. Isidore said, "Note that I'm merely retelling it secondhand." He said there's an epidemic in the steppe camps, an outbreak of Tarbagan sickness, perhaps. The plague, that is. Father had issued an order to lock the termitary up, to prevent the infection from getting in. And what are you so afraid of that you would conceal this? I don't understand. You did the right thing. Ambitious Mess made me think of my recent attempt to visualize the structure of the Shining game series. Oh, thank you. Emailed it to me just now. Cool. I will check that out later. There is an underlying sensitive family matter there. To cut a long story short, my father would kill me if he found out about this conversation. The unrest in the termitary, you see. Well, I incited it to make Father lock it up. He didn't believe Isidore. What do you think was the cause of Simon Kane's death? Especially taking into account the fact that Isidore Barak had been its last visitor. We need to warn Reuben. It's very urgent. He is about to examine Simon as soon as the period of time required by the Kanes passes. But where is he? I have no idea. Where is he staying? I don't know. There was a secret dissecting room in one of the warehouses, but no one knows where exactly. He used to live mostly in the steppe, sometimes sleeping in the termitary or at Laura Ravel's shelter. But he's not there. I know that for sure. He went away to mourn his master. What would you have done if you were him? I'd wait for him at the Kanes. It's simple. Which is correct, because that is exactly where he's going to be.
It is easier to govern others than to prevent being governed.
That's true. Alas. One of the major problems with the world. It is known that Simon had limited his social activity just before his departure. He only received 2 visitors. I know nothing of the first, but the second was none other than Isidore Barak. The fact that he was killed the same night makes you think, doesn't it? Well, the Olgimskis weren't exactly delighted with Isidore, were they? You are correct. I'm willing to admit it, as you can see. Were I not absolutely positive that my father is innocent, I would have never confessed to it, even though we share a mutual distaste for one another. Father needed Isidore. He was of much use to him, and that is the ultimate argument in my father's favor. Was he useful as a healer? Isidore wasn't a doctor. He was more of a herbalist. An herbalist, I think you mean. He never studied medicine. All his recipes were about plants and roots, so to speak. He was knowledgeable, true, a sorcerer, if you will, but a very different one from Simon. An earthen sorcerer. I've never heard that Simon used to be a sorcerer before. Yes, you have, Daniel. This morning you asked about it, idiot. Alright. Simon was a theurgist. Isidore was a witch doctor. And you think that Isidore, the witch doctor, has managed to achieve the unachievable? A possible theory, but rather questionable. And, yeah, Simon being a theurgist is also fun because, as someone points out much later on in this game, the Stabatin brothers are, what is the quote? A pair of dyed-in-the-wool Theomachists, non-servium and all that, which is just a fantastic reference. Barak has to be related to Blessing in Semitic languages. Interesting idea. I don't know. I know that so the language of the steppe people, which is explored way more in the second game, is inspired by the Buryat language. The steppe people in general are supposed to be inspired by the Buryat people, who were brutally oppressed in Russia. Simon the Sorcerer is a pretty good 90s point-and-click adventure game, so I chuckle at this stuff. That's pretty good, actually. I actually have never played that one, but I've heard of it. So yeah, I wonder whether, was it Domitian? Whether Domitian liked it or not. I didn't know they had video games back then in the 90s. Shimon means listen. Oh, cool. That actually makes a whole lot of sense, especially given some of the stuff we get into with what a focus is, either in this game or the next. And I think that's all Vlad has to say right now. You'll note my exhaustion is getting high, but that's okay. I've still got plenty of time. And lots of lemons, but unfortunately, no coffee. There is coffee in the game, and it is even better than lemons. Oh, and by the way, something that people often comment on is that coffee directly damaging your health should not be a thing, because that's how it works in this game. You're trading health for exhaustion. So yeah, when you climb this, you can hear a child crying. For, again, reasons. Usually it's supposed to only happen up here at the very top, but in this case it was on the landing. Yeah. Anyway. There it is. But, what was I saying? Oh, but right. My explanation has always been, and also, your exhaustion can start damaging your health almost right away. My explanation has always been that you are, as someone with stomach issues, coffee directly damaging your health is entirely realistic. Yeah, I feel that. Not for stomach issues, but for caffeine issues. I have trouble with too much caffeine myself. Because you are under so much stress, you are getting hurt directly in other ways, so you're literally recovering from multiple injuries. You are often sick, and certainly exposed to sickness constantly. You're at the point of physical exhaustion from running around town all day, and you're getting barely any sleep for 12 days on end. Really what's killing you is the buildup of all of these things together, and this is just a convenient representation of some of that. I think that Ruben won't be there yet, but I'm going to check anyway. If I recall correctly, he's waiting in Georgi's part of the house. But, yeah. Don't worry about the polyhedron yet. We'll go. We'll go there later. No need to climb it today. There'll be time yet. Yeah, he's not here yet. Maybe I have to talk to Victor first? Oh, I should have listened to what he had to say. It's not going to be anything particularly valuable, but I just like their little voice lines. Insomnia directly damages my health. Yeah. I don't work at all without coffee. Yeah, oh gosh. Yeah, fair. I, myself, am currently drinking some delicious yerba mate. There's Ruben. Because that is my favorite beverage, and, I don't have work tomorrow, so I can have it this late.
It'll take them a long time to find me here.
No, it won't. You're right in their house. That line should not have played yet. So, Ruben is a great character because, John Cleese's voice, and don't mention the polyhedron! Yeah, that's a great episode of Faulty Towers. Reference on point. I'm not gonna collide into the large polyhedron. Nothing. Cool. Yeah. But yeah, Ruben's great because, although Artemy makes the panacea, we'll meet Artemy in days to come, but Ruben really is the one who makes the longest term cure for the disease. He's the one who creates the vaccine. Even though everybody talks smack about his credentials. Oh, he's not a real doctor. Oh, he wasn't. Oh, he was Isidore's apprentice, but he could never really replace him. But no, Ruben is the one who does it. He's great, and he is kind of a jerk too, but he has his reasons. And also, he is literally working around the clock. He doesn't sleep at all for several days. Anyway. Alexander Sabarov's take on Ruben. A strong person in every sense of the word. He can break your neck or set your dislocated joint equally easily. very gifted autodidact. His main concern is the others, never the man himself. A selfless man, a man of principle, someone you can always rely on. Yep. And Vlad Olgimsky's take is, he was old Burak's best student. Willful, headstrong, sturdy. He will always do what he believes to be the right thing, and to be stubborn as a mule about it. It's almost impossible to find a common tongue with him. He doesn't respect any authority except for that of his precious master. I once went 3 days without sleep. I remember arriving at my favorite bar at 7 p.m. at the least, asking the owner if I can drink my thermos of coffee there, then bam, it's 3 a.m. Whew, jeez Louise. That sounds awful. I once stayed up, not quite 3 days, but almost, at the end of my finals in my last year of college, because I drank so much coffee I could not sleep. It was terrible. Do not recommend. Greetings, friend. I heard news of your arrival. Everyone has. Are you here to examine the body as well? My dear colleague, I do hope you haven't touched it yet. Holding an empty thermos, singing a shellac song at the top of my lungs. John, did I drink any alcohol? I don't think so. Wow. That sounds like quite a night. I haven't. Is there a problem? Simon's body, wherever it is, poses a dire threat. I suspect he has died of a contagious disease. Are you sure? Well, it doesn't matter anyway, if it's that thing again. What do you think it is? Judging from what I've found so far, it could be febris typhoidea, or plague, which is weird because the symptoms don't really seem to resemble either of those things, but whatever. And also, Yersinia pestis is the Black Plague, for anybody wondering. I don't believe it. A second outbreak. Wait a second, I need to regain my senses. Are you sure about this? Do you mean what you say? Why are you so scared? If it's the Sand Plague, Master's death was untimely. If it's the Sand Plague, we only have a few more days to live. You see, I have no idea how to stop it. No one does. Your mentor has encountered this before? What is the Sand Plague? I'm only making assumptions. I don't want to believe this. I'd rather have any other plague than this. Yeah, he did jump to a big conclusion. It does just so happen that he's correct, but still. We have no time to waste. The body must be inspected, isolated, destroyed if necessary. We must take protective measures for that, of course. We need your diagnosis before we can provide reasonable protection. At the moment, you can only buy yellow immunity boosters at the drugstore. They are no good, but I'll try to do something about this. We'll need to take some remedies from Master's old workplace. Did you know he was murdered by his son? An atrocity. His son has nothing to do with this. I presume Isidore was infected by Simon and died of the same disease, or vice versa. Let us not waste any more time. Or you can just believe him and just say, that bastard, he deserved to be hanged by the neck until dead. Which, by the way, is basically what happens in the Harrispex's playthrough. The Bachelor assumes that he killed him and comes hunting him right away. Wait, isn't the Sand Plague just what happens when you touch a squirrel in Nevada? Oh, jeez. You're right. Let us make haste. I'll get everything ready for the examination. Meanwhile, let's arrange for the body to be isolated. Kane is keeping it in a cold place. I'll keep you informed. If we act deliberately and with calm mind, we can prevent this epidemic. Stay strong. I won't leave you on your own. Until tomorrow, when I try to leave. And fail. But that's another story.
3 nights straight. I don't think I'll manage another one.
That's another bark that he should have had after today. But oh well. Call for me if you need me. I'm staying at Avion's place. It's close by. I think... now...
I fear that Simon's death is a symbolic event.
So the quest is over. I could have sworn I could get some... Okay, I should inform Georgi of what the primary investigation has shown. That's right. I could have sworn they would pay me for my efforts, but, yeah. Anywho. Let's just go visit Georgi. My exhaustion is still looking higher than I'd like for but it's actually fine. Later on, it'll be much worse. Georgi.
Most men only die because they know not how to prevent dying.
I have been told of your initial verdict. You assert that Simon Kane was not killed by a human or a Shabnak demon, but died of a natural cause or succumbed to some physical sickness. Is that what you were saying? I wouldn't say he died naturally. He died of a mysterious disease. Microbes are more efficient killers than demons. Is that a hypothesis or a fact supported by evidence? I'm going to say it's a proven fact, even though it's not. What is the proof, then? Show me the body, Judge, and you will have it. The body is in the focus of the crucible. You cannot examine it now, and I mean that it is technically impossible. No one may see the body before a certain period of time passes. Neither Master Reuben, nor you, my dear Bachelor, not even myself. What am I supposed to do, then? What can I ask of you now? You have come to a conclusion already, have you not? If you haven't, then I urge you to seek out the facts as relentlessly as we do. May Providence help us if you are right. I will discuss this with your brother. I mean Victor, obviously. I think that's all he has to say for
Town will
now.
meet its death at the hand of Simon's murderer. That much is certain.
I think that does officially finish the quest anyway. Yes, it does. 3 stars means success. Hooray. So that means I don't die at the end of the day. Hooray. Typically, if you don't complete a quest by the end of the day, a member of the Bound will either fall sick or die, depending. Canonically, because... the Bound being the important people in town whom you're trying to protect. Because, and these are just the Bachelor's list, each healer has different people they're specifically supposed to protect, though the overall goal is to protect everybody. Anyway. But because they will take rash action to try to, take care of things, but they're not as good as you because they're not doctors.
The true way to be deceived is to think oneself more knowing than others.
What the heck? I could have sworn there was a way to get some money out of them today. Oh well. Either I did something wrong or I forgot. Either way, it's fine. Reuben, or Reuven means, look, a son. Cool. I did not know that. And it's really very appropriate because, he really did feel that Isidore was like a father to him in both. And in the second one, more explicitly resents Artemy for having left home, even though it was Isidore who sent him away to study surgery formally in the capital. Artemy being Isidore's son, the character that people refer to as the Haruspex or the Ripper. They assume he's a Ripper, so a serial killer. And indeed, in runs other than his own, he is. In his own, you don't have to be. So I'm just gonna put away some more food for later, just to save some inventory room. And I'm putting away the things with the most nutritional value to save for later, just so that I can use up the worst stuff first. I'm gonna bring this schmouter with me just to go talk to Laura again. And then I guess I will rest there because it's close to the theater. And then we'll either stop if people think that's enough for today, or keep going for a bit longer if people would like to see some more. So, yeah, every night the theater stages strange plays, and I think that's the first time we're going to be allowed to talk to, Mark Immortal, the sinister theatrical director, who is listed among the Bound, but who, spoilers, can never get sick, interestingly. And actually, in his character design documents, they explicitly say that if he ever did get sick, he would actually be faking it and putting on a show for you. Because that's just how he is. Oh, right, you can't walk on these because they don't want you to jump in the river. There is a way to get out of bounds around here, I think, but there's no real reason to do so. Because you, I think, can't get back in bounds. You can definitely get out of bounds by jumping off of the right spot on the polyhedron. But, you know, oh well. There's also no reason to do that, because at that point, all that you can reach is empty step, and more empty step. I'm also going to do just a very little bit more looting, just in case there are valuables to be had that I could maybe trade for a schmouter if anybody happens to have one in the near future, because I really want all the miracle cures I can get, because A, I need some for my own convenience, and B, the other healers canonically, whoever you're playing as does a better job than the others, generally. They typically will choose the worst possible option, if left to their own devices, which is why the intro to 2 is the Pathologic 2 is the way it is, because the concept is that this is what happens if none of them were played by you, and so everything is just a horrible mess. I figured out the reason Russian and Japanese The Void Steers Back horror are so different. Oh yeah? But yeah, here behind the theater there's a bunch of lootable bins, and also a spot that'll be relevant for quests later, though we can't do anything with it right now. Yeah, so just over to Laura's, who I think either her or the Olgimskis are the closest to the theater. I think it might actually be the Olgimskis, but I like Laura's place better, so I'm just gonna go there. Oh, right, and I need to talk to her anyway. I am once again tired. Any day I work, I am going to be very tired by the end of the day, typically, because that's just, how it is. Japan used to think they had a god king and were destined to rule because they were the best, but then their country burned down, blew up, and then they found out that they had committed atrocities. Oh, yeah, that does make some sense. We still can't admit our own, in general.
No. A town like this can't give birth to a killer.
Well, I found it. Unfortunately, the cache has already been looted. Oh, the terror! I found one specimen of the schmouters, and I'm going to examine it. Give it to me. Let's throw it into the fire. I'll reimburse you for this loss. No, I'll keep it for myself. Somehow I feel it may be of use later. There we go. That's that quest done. Good. So, I've done all my quests for the day. I think there's no real
It is not so dangerous.
side quests or anything. And fortunately, all of the bound will just let you sleep in their bed. And actually, sleeping until midnight seems like not a bad idea. Great. Makes it easy. Whereas Russia is Russia. Yeah. Yeah.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
And I got a letter already, just now. The letter from the... One day someone wakes up and says, wow, I live in Russia. Well, shit. Yeah. And, you know, that's a lot of Dostoevsky's work, too, which I love. I still want to read Oblomov, which is about a man who can't get out of bed. He just refuses to get up and sleeps the day away. So, the sinister powers that be back in the capital, right? And never mind how this letter came to me. They actually explain it in 2. People actually straight up run up to you and give you messages, which jump scares me every time. But in this one, they just appear magically. Supposedly there are couriers, but, you know. Bachelor Dankovsky, by what seems to be a very lucky coincidence, you have found yourself in a town that is wrought by some very worrying occurrences. Reportedly, there is an outbreak of dangerous disease in the vicinity. There is also an opinion that the outbreak is a falsification staged deliberately for the purpose of concealing a murder. In consideration of your outstanding analytical capability, we delegate the investigation to you. If there is an epidemic, it must be halted by any means necessary. You should collect as much information as you can, we suppose, and then make a decision in line with your own professional ethics and moral beliefs. In order to implement your strategy, an inquisitor endowed with unrestricted authority will shortly arrive to join you. In the event that you are unable to curb the outbreak before their arrival, all power over the situation will be reassigned to them. P.S. It has come to our attention that you have recently requested permission to continue with your own research. The decision of whether or not such permission will be granted depends on the results of this assignment. Your success, therefore, has a bearing on your scientific reputation and your further academic career. Screams from behind an AOL voice. You've got mail, Bachelor. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the powers that be basically taking claiming an excuse for how to shut down his laboratory. They're giving him an essentially impossible task. And if he fails, then his laboratory is officially shut down. But as we'll learn... Well, never mind. The body is isolated. Bachelor, the body has been isolated as far as I know. Reuben conducts the examination of it. Nevertheless, keeping in mind your discovery, I would advise you to see me in the rod first thing tomorrow morning. There is a matter of crucial importance that we need to discuss. Having lived at the 47th parallel for 2 years, I understand the bleak, stark, direct nature of Scandinavian horror. Yeah, I do love Scandinavian horror, and Japanese horror, and Russian horror. I like horror in general, but I tend to like them better than most American horror, if we're honest. Jump scares don't really do it for me. Like, a good one can be fun if used right, but, like, when that's all you got, that or the gross out, it's just like, come on, give me something that'll stick with me. No one wants to talk to anyone. The sun is either always there or never rises. No. A letter from a colleague in the Natica. Daniel, I'm writing this in a hurry, so do forgive the uncustomary brevity. Yeah. Anyway. The powers that be are closing in on us. They persecuted us before, as you know, but now they're set to utterly exterminate us. We may yet be able to persevere, but you, my friend, are in grave danger. It is almost as if your destination was chosen to be the place of your burial. They say there is some kind of disease in the town, of a most lethal variety, perhaps plague itself. I have little doubt that the powers that be have set up your whole journey. Tellman, that vermin, wants to get rid of you more than he wants to cease the outbreak. I wouldn't be surprised if it transpires that there are no medical personnel whatsoever in the town. They will use it as a pretext to delegate the whole mess of it to you. Yep. If this is the case, I urge you to keep out of trouble. Stay safe, Daniel. Wait for the sanitary teams. They will arrive sooner or later. Korean horror is good. Yeah, I agree completely. I love Korean horror. Take care, my friend. If they tell you to engage the plague by yourself, refuse it, even if your principals enjoin you to do otherwise. Our research is what matters the most, and we will not be able to go on with it if you are dead. Yours, A. We never find out who A is, I think. Nor do we get much more background information on this mysterious Tellman. I think you find out more if you engage in... So the studio has this whole augmented reality game thing going on that, I never really checked out, partly because a lot of it is in Russian. How do I actually draw my weapon? I forget. Sorry, just a second. Controls. I don't need the Plague Finder yet, but you'll see that soon. Oh, that's right, Z. There... No, not... There we go, that's more like it. Because there was a mugger over there. German horror is usually too much. That country's been through it and it shows. Yeah, I think the only German horror I've really seen are, Nosferatu and, he's gonna throw a knife at me, so... Oh, gosh, there's... Oh, that's too many! Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, here we go. This is under better control. I just gotta line up the shot. Because the guns in this game are very finicky. But fortunately, killing these jerks, provides me... This is the way to make money, and get a lot of valuable trade goods. Okay, there we go. Anywho. Oh, and right, it's day 2, so I'm gonna go ahead and come here and trade. But yeah, Nosferatu and, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. So, not exactly indicative of contemporary German horror. But, wait, did the prices not jump yet? Does that happen in the morning? I'm not selling my schmouter. Oh yeah, they have jumped, okay. Yeah, there we go. 720. Nice. That's how it goes, right? That's what people say? That's the thing people say? That's the meme? And for anybody who doesn't know me, which is nobody in the chat right now, but who knows? Maybe somebody later. Ah, yes, the prices have jumped. Yeah. Because, one delicious egg now costs 1,650. Because the rumors have got around. So, I'm actually gonna sell some of the food I bought yesterday. Specifically, the crackers and that, because delicious eggs are a good source of food, but I want the money more right now. And valuables don't actually jump in price, interestingly, because they're not valuable in an emergency. Go figure. I'm gonna go ahead and sell some of the medicine, because I don't need all that much, and I can easily trade for more with the junk I'm taking off of the bandits. So, alright. Eat something. I do like that your medicines are just called drugs. I probably should have talked to Laura. I think I could have started her quest already, but, so I'll go back and do that, and then, go to the theater. Alright. Most German horror comes down to things being What? Who? Oh, you. Okay. Jeez. You really do have to wait for them to get close, because the guns are extremely inaccurate, and get more inaccurate as they degrade, and they do degrade fast. I'm hoping I can find an old dude an old dude around who will repair it for me, sooner rather than later. And of course, you do have to remember to keep your weapons sheathed, because otherwise you will scare honest citizens that you might want to talk to. Laura, do you have the House of the Living quest for me yet? Right now, all I want... Oh, right. Now all I want is to sleep, sleep, sleep. Whatever happens tomorrow, do come by. I'll show you my house. Okay, I'll come by around noon. Okay, she doesn't have a quest for me yet. Never mind. Sometimes you can actually start the day's quests in the middle of the night. Ah! Jeez Louise! It is not usually this crazy at night. Especially not on... Hey, buddy. Well, this is not good, because I can't freaking hit you if you're jerking around like that. Jeez Louise. Okay. Ah, no! There we go. Jeez, I hate to waste 2 bullets, but oh well. What do I have left? Ah, jeez Louise. Okay. Man. And unfortunately, there's not really any way to tell how much you have left in your rifle. Forget me with Spanish horror. And then the ghost was the devil! Yeah. I saw a, my dad convinced me to watch this, Spanish thriller show a few years back called Epitafios. Sorry, not Spanish. It was, I want to say Argentinian. It might have been Mexican. I can't believe I forget. It's been a long time. Anyway, it was just so... Everything was so... Oh, God. This sucks. Everything was just so over the top and not in a way I found fun. Disregard keyboard issue. Okay, yeah, I was wondering if that was a joke about my, 720. This is a weird run so far, I have to say. Because, like, there's always a good number of muggers around, but usually not this many. I need to save my bullets. Because I don't even know how many I have left. Come on, man. Fortunately, going in and out of a building does unload them. So, it's cheesy, but you know what? It's fine. It doesn't do that in Pathologic 2, because that's the rare game where the world outside keeps happening when you're inside. It's not a separate world space. So, like, you can actually see what is happening through the windows. It has actually functioning windows. Think about that for a second. Almost no games do that, and it winds up being really...
The killer was identified. Its nature turned out to be completely unexpected.
The enemy is found and named. It's called the Sand Pest. The contagious plague is threatening to ruin everything here.
How can a killer like this be punished? How can a villain like this be struck?
He can't. It's impossible. By pulling a knife on it, you'll just cut an innocent body.
I think I should go. Nothing to be done here anyway.
You should go. Go then. Wherever you please. Shoo!
So the plays talk about things that are going to happen, interestingly. So that's Victoria Ogamskaya, the first. The late great. Yeah, so the theater has the town, and it has, Victoria the Kind on one side, and Nina Cana, the Dreaded, the Wild, on the other. And this is Mark Immortal, the theatrical director.
The Housefathers think they rule the world. Self-isolation breeds self-delusion.
I love his creepy smile. Laura Ravel thinks, I think it's the masks who play him and not the other way around. The theater generally gives me a dark vibe. I can't really put it into words. It's not a theater, but rather a well, pretending to be one. It's intimidating. Also, Mark's mime shows seem to incorporate us, too. Everyone's playing along to avoid disrupting the performance, and that's exactly how he's manipulating us. Maria Cana, says, he makes me anxious. His performance doesn't show a person's fate. His performances don't show a person's fate. They impose it. I'd really like to see someone grab and pull the puppeteer's strings. Or maybe we ought to loop the whole thing, offering the strings to the people at the very bottom. That would be funny. All in all, one day I shall tame this crafty imp, no matter what it takes. He looks like he wants the ring you found in a barrel. Oh, come on, he's handsomer than Fargoth. And also, he doesn't talk as annoyingly. Though he's far more annoying in the second game, because of the role he plays there. But that's another story. The theater welcomes the distinguished audience at any time. There's a performance of the masks every evening, and the blood gets rinsed off every night. The rest of the time slots are filled with a puppet show, but that's not all we have. Magic tricks, fortune-telling, dream reading. Whoever has eyes, let them see. We're of the Love, Blood, and Rhetoric school. We can do you love and blood without the rhetoric. We can do you blood and rhetoric without the love, or we can do you all three, sequentially or simultaneously. But we can't do you love and rhetoric without the blood. Blood is compulsory, you see. And if you haven't seen Rosencrantz or Guildenstern are Dead, I very highly recommend it. Puppet show and Spinal Tap, yeah. Is this a theater? It's rather small. True. This is a chamber theater, and since I have the pleasure of being the booking agent, director, and the impresario around here, I can also tell you that our shows are not for everyone's eyes. When is the next performance? That's for you to decide. You are a part of the lineup. The play script is not yet complete, you see. Everything depends on your actions. You won't have to wait long. When will the play script be approved? Your fate isn't bound yet. It will take time, effort, and of course your direct participation. Come to see us every evening. We'll show you how you're doing, bit by bit. I will definitely come by.
Yes.
The three heads of the dragon are facing 3 different directions. 3 powerful families, 3 clans overturned by the wind. The wind got in through the breach torn by Simon's death. How will they cope? Will they be able to come to an agreement? The masks do not know the answer to that question. And who does? The masks are 2, but the families are 3. I suspect the extra family is just that, an extra. It's superfluous. Someone will have to let go of their power before their fellow men remember a different art of letting. This is what happens if you don't grow out of your theater kid phase. Oh, you have no idea. Mark is... he's a great character. He's very odd. Which of the 3? You don't need me to tell you that. The answer is yours. They're so different. Which one do you prefer? You came to this town, and now there's one more piece on the board. You are not a queen, of course, but a rook at least. It's up to you. Thank you. I also read this, by the way, as, Mark subtly hinting that he, unfortunately, clocks Daniel as a trans man, and he's kind of an asshole.
Only knowing our
Okay.
fortune in it.
Oh, wait.
Changeling went to the dangerous and the suspicious as an envoy of death itself.
Anywho, but yeah. So, I am going to be right back. Going to pause the mic real quick. And while I'm gone, let me know if you would like me to continue this right now, or if you'd rather me continue this some other time, or do something else next time, if there is a next time. I will return in a couple of minutes. Thanks for your patience. Also, let me know if the sound of that fan is too much. It just got a little stuffy in here. Yeah. So, what do you think? GZ is still in? Kosher meal ready to eat to the rescue. But yeah, thanks for coming, Jason. I hope you enjoyed it. And you know, no pressure to show up or anything. I'm doing this to keep my mind off things ultimately. So, if you enjoy it, then fantastic. I would love to see you back. And if not, no hard feelings, because you know, live streams take up a lot of time. Okay, cool. I'll keep it going a little longer anyway, and just let me know if you want to duck out, because, you know, with a small stream like this, no real point in going if, because this is a command performance for you two, and that's fine by me, because I, honestly would be anxious if it were bigger. I'm not used to this. It's definitely always a good time watching something that's real and making a few jokes in the process. Heck yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Cool. Talk to you soon, and thanks for coming. And yeah, so back out into the night. I think I don't really have any further direction right now. Yeah, I don't have any of the day 2 letters, and I don't think anybody's gonna talk to me, but I'm gonna go wander around and see if I can kick anything off early. Might be able to buy some protective equipment or something from the tailor shop around the corner here if I don't get mugged first. Yeah. And also, are the audio levels alright? Can you hear the game audio okay? Because the music is definitely an integral part of the overall experience. Oh god, they're way too way too expensive on day 2. I think the rings are pretty much worthless, yeah. I'll get one later. I'll get them later. Actually, I should do a hard save while I'm here. Because this game is more generous than most with its quick save slots. Because it actually keeps 2 quick saves. But, I think I can just outpace him, so I don't have to worry about him throwing a knife at me yet, but I'm still gonna run Serpentine a bit. It's bad cornering there. You can get hit with a knife really quickly. Good, I'm glad. Because last time I definitely messed up a bit at the start and at the very end. Had it way too loud at the very end and a little too quiet at the start. Need more bullets, but unfortunately, I don't have any lockpicks with which to break into houses and talk to people right now. Which is a thing. I'm not joking. So... okay, and... Vlad often has a lot to say, so that's why I'm going to him first. And he's nearby. And, by the way, I'm not using a guide at all in this playthrough. I remember a lot, but it's also been a while, so I'm probably going to take some false leads and make some mistakes, you know. This is not a how-to playthrough. Tell me, Master Vlad, do you believe that we're facing a real epidemic hazard? I still don't understand how you came to the conclusion that the disease which killed Simon is contagious, even if we assume that the rumors of a death carrier are nothing but rumors, which I doubt. Yeah, people immediately denying there could really be a disease. Good job, Vlad. There has already been an outbreak of an unknown disease in your town. I used to occasionally communicate with Isidore Barach, the man who put an end to it. But I'm sure Isidore never told you about this. The brief encounter with the Sand Plague put him in a state of primal terror. Did you know that? His opinion of his role in stopping the outbreak was not very high, and he ascribed that victory solely to circumstance. It's strange he didn't suspect anything when examining Simon. If you were right, Bachelor, there really is going to be a sand plague epidemic in this town. There will be no stopping it. You don't need to waste your life, and you cannot help us in any way. Your only goal is to survive until the station is reopened. Peculiar fatalism. Are you saying that the services of an educated medic won't be of any help to you? Education is of no use here. Isidore may have had no medical education, but he managed to drive the demon back to hell. By the way, he mentioned that one can't beat the plague by traditional means. I will find my own way to stop the disease.
Haruspex did have the guts to accept his heritage in the end.
Okay. I think you'll have something for me later. That other door in the back is non-functional. It is purely decorative. There are a lot of purely decorative doors in this game. And I would go bandit hunting, but I'm really not sure how many bullets I have left, because once they're loaded in your gun, you have no way to see them. I think unless... maybe... no. Oh well. Because bandit hunting is extremely lucrative. I love a lot of the walking around soundtracks, and although the combat music cue is a vital situational hint, I still hate how jarring it is to go from the step drums and drone. Ooh, I picked up a gold ring somewhere along the way. Excellent. To the combat music. All the way through the park right now, just because at night it is a favorite haunt of muggers. No reason to go into the food shop yet. Gold rings are valuable to merchants, but I usually find them more valuable as trading items, because you can get so many good and or necessary things through trade. Crud. Okay. Alright, get this out of the way. Throw your knife. There we go. If you get hit by the throw knife, it takes most of your health off. It is rough. Oh, good, a knife. That is valuable to sell. Excellent. Okay. Just unfortunate that nobody sells bullets. And only kids trade for them, but they're not out of
bad hands at correcting their faults. They always believe that they're right when fortune backs up their vice or folly.
True. You're thinking of leaving this inhospitable place, aren't you? Old Cain and his whims must be getting on your nerves already. The station is shut off, and yet you're willing to help me get out of here. Why? Why, it's a matter of respect. Don't get me wrong. I don't like Cain taking over my domain, even if he does technically have the right to. I understand family sentiments. Going after the killer is a rather honorable endeavor. But I have a feeling this killer won't be leaving the town by train. Meat-based meal in a box that lasts for years. Put it in the microwave, tastes good. Weird. Interesting. I have a What makes you think so? Do you know something? Right. Let's get this settled straight away, and not come back to the subject again. I am a businessman. I work with facts rather than ideas, suspicions, or theories. I'll help you leave town as soon as you find a way to calm Cain down. But what's in this for you? The noise that has been raised around this situation is unpleasant and disadvantageous to me. Why? Pray forgive me, you're asking too many questions. You have come to see Simon. Simon is dead. You are more than eager to get back to your research. I want to help you because this is my duty as a ruler and as a local minister of transport, so to speak. I think it's pretty straightforward. I don't suppose you are aware of the orders I received this morning. My duty now is to stay here until the threat of an epidemic is neutralized. I don't know anything about that. Make up your mind. I already have.
Well, under the circumstances, any inheritance would be opportune.
The town is in danger. There may be an epidemic. I don't want to believe that, and I won't believe that to the very end, Doctor. But why? Yeah. There is a certain political subtlety to this. If you're right, my dear Doctor, the labor of our life is condemned, as our judge likes to say. Let's wait and see. Reuben is working on Simon, isn't he? He is. No troubling news from him so far. If I am right, and you keep sitting on your hands, you will be condemned, regardless of whether or not you admit to my rightness or not. But if you do, we will have a chance to curb the threat. If I admit to your rightness, I might as well put together my last will. Do you understand? Of course you don't. Unfortunately, I cannot explain this to you. That is what the current power landscape dictates. Fine. I'll find a way to convince you.
I can't breathe. Not enough air.
Multiple years of shelf stability don't imply tasty. Almost all the stuff from this brand is good. Not cheap, but it's getting me to eat, which is hard. Ah, nice. I'm glad that's working out. Yeah, I got a bunch of... I'm not vegetarian or vegan, but I on the recommendation of a friend, got a bunch of vegan, more or less instant meals, just because I have been in need of some relatively healthy and definitely quick meals lately, with my schedule being what it is. But yeah, so that's been working out well. I will not say the brand name because I am not interested in doing any advertising. Or, sorry, I mean, I'm doing this all wrong. What's up, gamers? Welcome back. It's your girl, Perambulatrix. I'm here to tell you all about our brand sponsorship. First, a word from our sponsors. And yes, that's right, a brand sponsorship, but first, a word from our sponsors. That's usually how it works. I think that's how you're supposed to do these things. But, not really my style. I'm just gonna go visit the Canes again. Again, I don't think there's much of anything I can do till dawn, so I might just sleep the night away. Because some days there's a lot you can do during the night, but, what the heck. We'll see how this goes. Oh, and GZ, you missed this last time, but, you want to talk about Bethesda-ing up a mountain. Try Ice Pick Lodging up a mountain. It's way better. And... oh, good. There is some stuff in the trash. Good, good, good. Not as many muggers around this part of town right now, I guess. That's good. I wonder if Ava has anything to say. And also, I do want to put the Schmouter back, because I want to have enough room for random junk to be dumped on me, and I want to save that for when I need it. Drugs. I don't need any protective clothing yet. Alright, Ava. It's still so weird coming back to Pathologic 1 Ava, because she is a completely different character, too.
Pain.
No rubber-legged horse. Yeah. Is it true? The thing you found out? You don't have to comfort me, just tell me if it's true. Is there hope that you're wrong? I've I've learned a lot of things in the last couple of days that I never would never have considered to be true before. Well, what exactly are you talking about? The sand dirt, is it true? Has Simon died of the sand pest? He can sarcastically reply, it's unclear yet. He's most likely been struck down by chickenpox. But my colleague Ruben suspects as much. Then we need to run away from here, Daniel. Immediately. Even if we have to move exclusively by foot, we need to go now. We will die in the steppe, of course, but at least it won't be as excruciating. I can't leave, Ava, but I can help you leave. No, I won't leave this place without you. But we can't stay here. I'm not afraid of death, you know. I once jumped off a building site and only survived by a miracle. But I don't want to die of this. Please, let us all leave. Tell me how we can get away from here. A freight train full of meat, leather, and raw materials departs from the station every month. Women of the kin bid it farewell with sorrowful songs and mourning. That's the ritual. Curious, I'd like to have a look at it. Living people are forbidden to get on that train. The only person allowed to come aboard is the deaf and dumb Odong driver. Only he can guide the train through the steppe, Odongs being the worms, though actually it turns out that it's just a general word for cow herder. Or cattle driver, I guess. And then by extension drivers of other things, such as boats or trains. I already know what an Odong is, but I'm going to ask anyway. An Odong means he who holds him by the horns, him being Bos Turach, the world bull. That's what the people that bring in bulls from the steppe are called. Can we bargain with the driver? No, he's deaf and dumb. Moreover, he's not quite a man. His position is sacred to him. There is a way out, though. I think I know of a man who could intimidate even a deaf and dumb Odong. Who is it? Andre Stomatin, the architect. He is a very menacing and strong man. He treats me in a slightly condescending manner, but you can speak to him on my behalf. He won't refuse. And I think even Andre doesn't want to rot of the sand plague. Okay, I'll relay your request to him. There's actually no way to leave, and to tell you the truth, the way I see the Bachelor, he wouldn't even actually try to leave. But this is a very useful quest to do, because you can, among other things, get another gun. So, for free.
If Simon's body is vulnerable to the murderer, the whole town is.
My favorite horse moment in Skyrim is when my horse tripped on a rock, bounced off a tree, and yeeted us into the sky. Nice. I like to imagine that, sorry, just a second. Sorry, not I like to imagine. I have decided that the new check yourself before you wreck yourself ought to be treat yourself before you yeet yourself. It doesn't have quite the same connotations, but I like it. And yes, I do like it because I'm the one who came up with it. So there. Let's stop in here and see if they've got mask. No. What? All of the heck. Ooh, 1,000. Heck yeah. Might be able to get those boots. Protective equipment is really useful. The way I do it, so it degrades constantly if you are wearing it. So I tend to put it on when anytime I'm going into plagued districts or in a couple of other circumstances, and leave it off the rest of the time. And that way, I don't need to repair it as often, and I can get a lot of good use out of it. And because if it is at full durability, it actually does provide some protection from the plague, which is going to be very, very useful in the days to come. using Riz of late. I hate it. Yeah. It's, it's a strange one. And I can't help but read it as Ritz. Hey, Victor.
The true way to be deceived is to think oneself more knowing than others.
True, and that is why the Bachelor is so often deceived. Can I help you? You wanted me to find the murderer for you? I have, but no one would listen to me. Yes, Georgi is beside himself. However, I don't have the power to defy his orders. He's the eldest of the family. I'm doing everything I can to make him face the terrible truth. Simon wasn't immortal, but that neither entitles nor compels us to despair. What can I do for you? Before you leave this place, please save as many people as you can. I will reward you for every life you save. If only I could, I would get myself tools and medicine and walk around the town curing the infected. And I think Victor really does mean it, because he truly is the best of the Canes, by a long shot. It's just short for charisma, but it's so... no. At least it's not... Giat? I don't think I've heard that one. I'll do everything I can. I've said this many times.
There's buzzing in my ears.
And, people, major characters in this game will periodically say things like that, or, oh, I feel feverish, but it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just, they're all worried, and, you know, we've all been there. Do I have it? Do I have it? Etc. Oh, it's took us. Yeesh. Yeah, anyway, so that's nothing to worry about if they say something like that. And also, the twire is blooming, the local herbs, and, or more accurately, herbs, since I'm not British. But, and that's causing everybody to have constant allergic reactions and worse.
Who in this town can replace Simon? There's no one. The brain was removed from its head, the heart from its chest.
There's going to be an outbreak in the town. Face the truth, Judge. We cannot bring your brother back, but we can avert another tragedy. I do not wish to believe this. I need the truth, but I need it proven, not based on revelations. You're one to talk, Simon. I mean, Gorgie. If what you say is true, Doctor, the labor of our life is condemned. We will seek a different answer till the very end. A wise man once dropped a coin in the dark, but kept looking for it under the streetlight, only because there was more light there. Need I say he found nothing? It is you who wants to look under the street lamp. I'm encouraging you to make another journey into the darkness. I have a letter from the powers that be. They are also writing about an epidemic. Don't you find it convincing? D'Angelo Wallace, Gen Z slang for a video that breaks down the way slang works, but mainly because he's great to listen to. Cool. I don't. The domain of the powers that be is somewhere above us. They don't understand us, and treat us as if we were their toys. I have no desire to give heed to them. Besides, weren't you the one to have suffered their idiocy in the first place? What makes you give any currency to their opinion now? I don't understand you, Judge. What is your agenda? Your plan? Admitting he died like that means letting the killer escape. If we acknowledge that no murder took place, the murderer will have a chance to flee. I need to know exactly what exactly it was that sufficed to end Simon's life. Do not mistake it for senile obstinacy, Doctor. It's my final attempt to save us all. I'll bring you the proof you need.
Tell me what you want, and I will tell you who you are.
I love that quote. Excuse me. Hope I don't have the sand pest. No, I don't. I'm just sniffly from seasonal nonsense. Fortunately, there aren't generally any muggers within the Canes estate, if I recall correctly.
Her mystical affinity tickled Katarina's fancy.
You can say that again. You're giving me a stony stare. Is something wrong? Are you disappointed? Your stare is no velvet either. Yeah, so, what time is it? Oh, okay, well, it's almost dawn. There's no point in sleeping now since I'm not very exhausted. Well, I don't know. I might just to get ready for the day. But no, I have a side quest I can be working on. Yeah, see? I'll do that. Just, if nothing else, because the Stomatin brothers are also great characters. I really love all the characters in this game, to tell you the truth. Clothespins are more expensive today, like everything else, but they are such valuable trade goods that they and, nuts I will tend to buy any day, to trade to children. Because children have the most valuable items in the game, much of the time. And, yeah, sorry that, I swing around the screen so wildly. I just, really do try and be good about cornering in this game, because, you can so easily get ambushed. Not as easily as in 2, at least. After playing 2, far more scary than many things is just somebody whispering, "Come here." Because they actually do whisper at you, because they don't want to attract the attention of the guards. It's so creepy. Bandits. Hate these guys. Yeah, I'll go this way to the Broken Heart. Laura won't have anything to say until dawn. Actually, do you know what? I'm sorry for being so indecisive. I'm just gonna sleep here and then talk to Laura at dawn. Just because a couple of extra hours of sleep really won't hurt. Definitely gonna want it later. Yeah, the primary way of healing in this game is to take painkillers before going to sleep, by the way. Yeah, you get a count of who has died already, each morning. Sabarov's morning note. Bachelor, as I have already informed you, I have a request to make. It is a matter of utmost importance. I will elaborate on the situation in detail as soon as you come to see me in the Rod. In the event that you consider our requests to be outside your area of responsibility, I will have to contact someone else with this. However, there is little doubt in my mind that the incompetence of the volunteers I would recruit will result in them losing their lives. Alexander. Right. Laura, tell me about the House of the Living.
I'm fading. My clothes are worn into holes.
There's panic everywhere, right? The prices are rising by the hour, not to mention that we haven't received any provisions for several months. Yeah, this is a very isolated town, connected to the world only by 1,000 miles of rail, and so they've been going off of stored food for a while, and because the Bull Enterprise is shut down for now, there's no new food incoming. The shops are empty. The people are eager to buy anything at exorbitant prices. Everyone is trying to prepare themselves for the epidemic. I can't believe my ears. Someone has... Oh, yes, it's absolutely absurd. I think the prices have gone up threefold. We need to buy emergency rations. A lot of them. It will be a challenge even today, but I fear that tomorrow it will simply become unfeasible. How much do you need? We need a lot. I want at least 12 people to be able to survive for a month in the house that will become a shelter, with minimum expenses, of course. My friends and those who helped me set the place up will be accepted in. And what did you do to make that happen? I've collected all the money I could find. I've sent couriers on a shopping mission, trying to find the best prices. Now I need to collect the most important donations from the Kanes and the Olgimskis. Yulia agreed to make a donation, too. I'm going to see them now, and then I'll join this crazy shop rush. You're not going anywhere. It's a general rule, Laura. Those who stay in survive. Those who go around shopping die. Get it? This game was released in 2005, by the way. Morrowind is still the second scariest gaming experience I've had. A couple quests in Warframe top, but that's largely because I've heard about what's happening. Yeah, Morrowind has some genuinely scary moments, honestly. It is so cool. I do, but I'm used to doing everything myself, and I don't really have a choice right now. I'll make the purchases. I have to do a lot of walking today anyway. Tell me what you need. I need to collect Vlad the Younger's, Yulia's, and Maria Kane's donations. Tell them that you are acting on my behalf. Then you'll need to find the best prices and buy as much bread, smoked meat, and fish as possible. Only the products that don't go bad quickly. You'll need to take it all to the House of the Living. I'll show you where it is. Is that what you're calling the future shelter? A lovely name. Thank you, and forgive me for burdening you with time-consuming and mundane errands, but one day a lot of people will be very thankful that we've managed to take care of the vital issues beforehand. This work is neither very time-consuming nor mundane, and it's definitely more than a mere errand. It's a very important mission.
There are dark rings under your eyes.
Why are the three ruling families at odds? The lust for profit and ambition have nothing to do with it. I think they're simply confused. The final balance point is destroyed, and our whole life is going down before our very eyes. What's the point of an equilibrium system if a single man's death threatens your whole way of living? Why are they confused? Here's how it used to be. Saburov was the official leader, but Katerina was the weakest mistress. The brilliant prophet Nina was Victor's wife, and the youngest Kane held no real power. Vlad was the richest, but Victoria stopped him from abusing his resources. So the mistress's power complemented the power of the rulers to that extent? How could it be? First of all, they could see the future. Secondly, they breathed in unison with the earth, listening to the steppe. Finally, an aura of their spiritual force could be felt physically. The mistresses maintained life in the town, changing its intensity. They were like energy clots. That is no longer so. Nina died. The Kanes would have lost the power over the soul of the town, but Simon seemed to have absorbed her spirit. Simon didn't rule. He was a creator. Katerina, who had been inclined towards darkness before, became the Black Mistress. But she was held back by the White Mistress Victoria. The balance was restored. When Victoria died, Katerina rushed to take her place. She was quite afraid of playing games with Mother Darkness by then. The last of the mistresses was struggling and throwing herself from one extreme to another. Her fiasco was made up for by Simon. He transferred all executive power over to Saburov, but brilliantly held the soul of the town in his grasp. And now none of the rulers knows what his family is in charge of. More or less. You have a curious idea of government around here. And were there any more letters from yesterday? No. Ash zombies, scared shitless, kill it, run. Ash vampire, repeat. Go into building, freaking Cthulhu's there, yeah. That sounded like a dirty poem. I should just save again, because I've had a long conversation. Actually, I'm gonna go back up to the stone yard to collect the Kane's donations, then back to Vlad the Younger first, because, let's see, she wanted, what was it, what do I have, rations. She wanted, what, bread, smoked meat, and smoked fish, I think. Oh, I shouldn't have eaten the dang smoked fish. 3 loaves of bread, a few bundles of dried fish, and some loaves of smoked meat. Drat. Could have saved a bunch of money by not using it. More fool me. I've got the bread. It hurts. Don't have anything to sell. Smoked meat, yeah. Okay. So I just need one more smoked fish. Dang it. I should have remembered which items I needed for Laura's quest. Oh well. It's fine. It's all fine. Right, there are no more bandits out because it is now morning. And, yeah. I really do like wandering around this town, honestly. It's just, it's so nice. And this is another, slope you can just walk straight up, by the way. Yeah. I just, for some reason, really do think it's a really fun world design and everything. Oh, Maria, you and your ridiculous dress.
Her mystical affinity tickled Katarina's fancy.
Oh, Laura wanted to meet you to collect the donations for the House of Living. I prohibited her from going outside, and I strongly advise you against doing so. Yes, I'm giving her my personal savings. I tried to persuade my father to spare some money from the family funds, but they still refuse to believe in the outbreak. That is just the family line at the moment. Then why do you believe me? Me? I'm just not questioning anything. I'm not allowed to. If you want to know why I decided to give Laura my savings, I'll tell you this. That is because I'm compelled to. By the way, have you found the proof you were looking for? Not yet. I'd rather you never did. N. Daniel. I'm not sure what this N. Daniel business is, but she says it a lot. Too good to come true. 2,000 coins.
I'm
Heck yeah.
feverish. What can it be?
Yeah, see, everybody talks about feeling sick, but it doesn't mean anything. Yeah. You can sleep in this room too, by the way. I forget whether I can sweet-talk Victor out of some money with this quest or not, but he tends to have very loose purse strings, and tends to be very generous in funding Daniel's quests, so it never hurts to check.
The true way to be deceived.
Nope. Oh well. Worth a shot anyway. So, yeah, back over to Vlad the Younger's place, and thence to the poor side of town where I can visit Andres Tomatin and get moving on both Andres Tomatin and Severov. Get those quests moving. Don't think that Ava has anything for me right now. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. There's going to be a lot of that if I do this again, by the way, because this is just that kind of game. So, yeah. Also, if I recall correctly, you can sort of get up to the top of that raised bridge on top of the, floodgate there. But, it's janky and kind of broken. And there's not really any real reason to do so because you can't cross it. So, oh well. Yeah. Oh, and that giant metal structure, by the way, that's the train station. Specifically... Oh, that's right, and this one is just the overall train station. And two, it's separated into the passenger platform and the freight platform. Alright, Vlad.
Where did those lazy bastards go?
Good question. I've come at Laura Ravel's request. Yes, I remember that arrangement. Here's what I can personally donate. It's a pity I can't extort a nicer sum from my father. I'll give him this. At least he's contributing to a good cause. Can he be convinced somehow? It's no use even trying. Really? Why? He has his own opinion on the matter. I think he accepts that you might be right. He accepts it, but he won't admit it. See the difference? Obviously, getting solid proof is disadvantageous to him for some reason. Not to mention that it would immediately cause him expenses. I can see the difference, but I don't understand the game he's playing. I'm not going to discuss that. I can only sympathize with you and advise you against disturbing my father with this question. I see. But he gives me 4,000 coins, so I will take it. Especially since I bought a good chunk of it. Oh, I forgot to get the bread at Ava's. Dang it. No. Backtracking costs precious minutes. Oh well. It's not that big a deal on day 2. But there are some days where absolutely every minute counts. So... Oh well. It's fine. It's all fine. Worst case scenario, I can always go back to an old save. But I'm not going to be doing that in this playthrough unless I have very seriously broken something. Or I feel like it. So, anyway. Oh, and anybody who missed the first stream, when something pops up in the upper left of the screen, that is, what that is the protagonist has picked up an item off the ground. So you get a lot of just, well, you pick up just random coins that way, and sometimes slightly more valuable items.
Is vulnerable to the murderer. The whole town is.
True. Anyway, I forgot, it's not her I came here for. Rather, my safe storage. 1, 2, 3, and yeah, no smoked fish. Ah, why did I get rid of it? That's fresh fish, by the way. Am I hungry? What am I doing? Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I have rations. I can eat the dried meat, because that I don't need right now. Or indeed for any quest, I think. Yeah, the town's entire economy depends on the local meats, and so the only reason there is enough food to go around is that they do save some dried and smoked meat for the town's actual use, but most of it gets shipped away on trains, and the factory has been shut down for a little while at this point, so between that and the lack of trains, things are already running short. And then everybody started panic buying, and so the cost of everything went up. Sound familiar? Yeah, they really did understand a lot of the psychology of what happens in this kind of situation. Go figure. I keep picking up empty bottles because I can fill them with water to trade with drunks for bandages. Bandages are good for selling or for bandaging your wounds in an emergency, of course, but generally speaking, I sell most of them because really a better way to heal is to use a painkiller. Oh, I should visit Bad Grief at some point, because he might have a rifle or something I can buy. Let's see what I can do. I think I should still be able to collect the money, but... Oh, good, you do have smoked fish, or dried fish. Good, good, good. That is everything. I hate to part with that much money. Also, I love that, like, this is actually literate. Laura reads too much classic literature, referring, of course, to Boccaccio, the Decameron. It's so brilliant because her idea is basically the Decameron, only she picked a house in town because there are no houses out of town within 1,000 miles. Yeah, it's it's just so nice to see a game where they don't talk down to you. Decameron, of course, was written by Boccaccio after he survived the plague. Not having the plague, but lived through the plague years. She wants to create a shelter where her friends and intimates will be safe while the outbreak is seething through the town. Vlad the Younger, Maria Kena, and Yulia Liracheva are willing to provide the wherewithal to buy all the necessary provisions, but it comes down to me to source them. Why am I reading that out loud? That wasn't what I wanted to do. He has no answers for me, obviously. I actually just meant to refresh my memory on who the third person I needed to talk to was, and of course it's Yulia, who is great. I think she might be my favorite character overall. She's a peculiar one, an odd duck. And unfortunately there's very little of her in Pathologic 2 because she's a utopian, and the Haruspecs doesn't have much truck with them in general. And Pathologic 2 is exclusively the Haruspecs' route. Pathologic 3, for anybody who doesn't know, is going to be the Bachelor's route. And I'm looking forward to it because it's going to be a major change in format, among other things, rather than a rehash. This Bruce Springsteen song is about a factory that made factories and it shut down. That's pretty good. Honestly, this visual glitch, pardon my extreme language, but what the flipping flip. Hey, drunk. And, he's got something, and let's see, anyway. Oh, good, he does have a bandage. Wow, I have collected a lot of water. Good, hopefully I'll find some more drunks to trade with today so that I can sell the bandages while they are expensive. Is it day 3 when prices hit their peak? Anyway. Could have sworn it was day 2, but I might be wrong. Or maybe it's... Was the shop by the... Does the shop by the canes buy for higher prices, maybe? There was something, but it's been too long and I don't remember exactly what the deal was. Anyway. It's fine. It's all fine. I do also love the ambient sounds, just, they are a pretty simple loop, but it's still nice. Yulia.
My chest seems to be filled with cotton wool.
Unfortunately, she doesn't have much to say today, but she's great. I've come on Laura Ravel's request. Oh, true, she did say that she needed to buy some provisions, stock up on drinking water and whatnot. Some couriers have offered their services to me already, and then there was this profiteering peddler who visited yesterday. The mind boggles just to think that all this hullabaloo was caused by the death of one single man. There's an epidemic hazard. The disease we are about to face is likely to be more terrible than plague, Yulia. One man's death has nothing to do with it. You amaze me, Bachelor. Did you not make fun of the Shabnak rumors yesterday? Mind you, there was some factual basis for all the hearsay. A lot of people don't have the faintest idea of what kinds of life may be found deep in the steppe. They don't even know what kind of people live there, what kind of food they eat, what kind of effigies they make out of clay. Neither do you, to be fair. Still, you don't hesitate a moment to accept a rumor of an epidemic as veritable truth. Is the concept of the disease that much more familiar to you than that of a man-eating abomination made of clay? It's simply because my head is screwed on right, damn it. No, all I did was sensibly evaluate the probability of both versions. Let us get back to more pressing matters then. Here, take the money. I am not so eager to give everything I have to alleviate the outbreak, because I've yet to see any proof that the outbreak is real, but I'm well aware of the reality of Laura's drastic circumstances. I will embrace the opportunity, however slim. However, hopefully, at least part of the money will be used for purposes other than this shelter she has conceived of. No point in chastising her for this. Won't do any good. Thank you, Yulia.
My chest seems to be filled with cotton wool.
Nothing else to say right now. I like Thunder Road, almost the whole album. The lyrics jump from good to insipid to nonsense. The music is all over the top, and the incessant sax solos. But I like it. Shrug. Nice. Yeah, you know, like, nothing wrong with liking something despite its flaws. I mean, for goodness sake, look at what I'm doing right now. Jeez, Karen Pipe, she is not gonna harm you. Yeah, well, the thing with Yulia, so, like, Yulia is actually the smartest person in town, and today I think she's just messing with him. I'm pretty sure she actually realizes what's going on, because in general, she does. Like, she is no fool, despite that dialogue there. Because you'll note she did actually give me the money. We'll discover more about her as things go on, but, she tends to know more than she lets on. Let's put it that way. And, does like to poke at people. And you have nothing for me. This is probably not the most efficient route for the day, but oh well. It's fine. And back to Laura's.
Haruspex was offered 100,000 for his inheritance. He refused.
Here is what you asked for. Is this all you've managed to buy? Hey, I gave you everything you asked for. Yes. You need to bring it over to the empty house in the flank. I showed you the way before, remember? No, you didn't. My friends and an attendant that helped us with the shopping are waiting there already. I'll be back soon. So, pops up the map automatically when you get a new location. Laura has chosen this house to become the future refuge. This is where the food she has ordered is brought. So, yeah, we're here. This house is over here. This is the theater. I guess I haven't been pulling up the map that much this playthrough. I guess I remember the layout better than I thought I did. Yeah. So, a lot of people, when they do this quest, wind up keeping the food rather than accepting Laura's quest reward. But here's the thing. Laura repays you with a handful of nuts. And, like, a good number of a variety of different types. And so, what she's actually given you is more valuable than the food, unless you are actively hurting for food. Because it is enough to trade for some very valuable things, including a schmouter, and which is the miracle cure, again, for anybody who is not already intimately familiar with this game. Is this it? No, I'm way off. Yeah, so I do actually tend to deliver the food as requested. So, it's a slightly eccentric choice, perhaps, but I like being able to accumulate as many schmouters as I can. Give me that miracle cure. There it is. Okay. Oh. And... okay, here we go. Everyone's dead here, see? No one knows why. Perhaps it's an echo of yesterday's vendetta. We're a bit at loss about this loss ourselves. What am I supposed to do with the provisions? The dead have no use for it. Give your offerings to Laura. Wasn't it she that asked you to bring food? She wanted to call her shelter the House of the Living, didn't she? What, is she supposed to refashion her own home into a Lazar house now? Like a lazarette, specifically. A sort of the equivalent of, hospice care today. She won't need it anymore anyway. Laura only has a few days left. Do persuade her to make the most of them. What, is she going to die? How should we know? We're not the ones in charge here. We only know one thing for certain. It won't take long. We have nothing to do with it. Who does then? That will become very obvious very soon. Hurry, or poor Laura will die of starvation today. I will find a way to get to you. Just you wait. So, poor person writhing in pain on the floor. Nothing I can do about that. I just wanted to see if I could get some quick looting in before I go, but I'm not going to go upstairs because, oh, dang it, there's a plague cloud already, and yep, getting out of there. Okay. House of the Dead, you can generally escape without getting infected, except in some other quests that take you there that, what time is it? 10 a.m. Okay, we're not doing bad. Some other quests that take you there that require you to explore it more fully, but I believe those are in other routes. Or maybe just later. Regardless, I'm going to go back to Laura, give her the food, and then I can proceed back to the poor part of town as I was planning to do to begin with. This whole game, the whole thing is pretty much anything you try to do, there will be a complication on the way. At least one. Often multiple. And...
It's nice to see you.
Oh, you too, Laura. I don't like you as much as the Laura in Pathologic 2. She's better, but you're still pretty good. I've obtained the rations, but... there are very odd orderlies standing by the house you've directed me at. They're using theatrical masks and costumes as disease protection, as far as I understood. Yes, I know. The House of the Living will have to be relocated here. Remember that you're always welcome at the shelter. We'll preserve the stock, distributing the food in small portions. We will make it. I hope it all ends soon. So I will always be able to find room and board at your place? You will. Take this as a reward, too. These are nuts. I've been given some today. It's great luck. They must have come from an old cache. Do you know how to use them? Crack them before eating. What else am I supposed to do with nuts? No, don't eat them. Barter them. Our children would turn themselves inside out for these nuts. Keep that in mind, especially if you want to barter for something dangerous. Why do they value nuts so highly? It's an old game. A child takes a nut and sends it on all sorts of adventures. At some point, adults took all of them away from the kids. They thought this game provoked them to do something risky themselves. The most wonderful thing is that the children remember almost every nut in the town by heart. What, does each one of them have a story of its own or something? I think so. Well, anyway, it's pure treasure. Thank you. I'll come by to see you soon. And, right, she also gives you a lens. This is a rare item that will improve the efficacy of the Plague Finder, which we'll get to. And something just fell on the floor. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. There we go. And just automatically applies. But yeah, she does occasionally give you food, and also gives you, medicine as well, sometimes. Let's see. Oh, good, I've got plenty of inventory space. Good, good, good. How are my stats looking? Gonna drink a little bit of milk. There's plenty more food at home, so I'm not worried. Alright. Now, for, this bug. I'm going to, I can't look directly at it. Anywho. I forget what I was saying before that, but... oh, well. Cest Levi, as they say. And yes, I know it's actually Slavi. before the internet jumps all over me. It sometimes amuses me to pretend to be a stupider sort of American than I actually am. But not for long. Not to say I'm the wisest of us all by any stretch of the imagination, but at least not the most foolish, perhaps. Alright, here we go. So this is just a barkeep, but he is the primary source of coffee. Fortunately, it's not too expensive, and he also sells things that you can barter. And also twine, which is an important item in some situations. But right now, I just want some coffee. Because C is for coffee, and that's good enough for me. Coffee, coffee, coffee starts with C. As a wise monster once said, more or less. And all these are NPCs you can't actually talk to, they just hang out here all the time. And that poor dancer is one of the herb brides who has been convinced to dance here. It is a sketchy establishment.
Laura and her company are buying up all food in town. Are we at war again?
This is Andre Stomatin, the architect. There are two architect brothers. He is more of the engineer than the architect side of things. His brother Peter, who we'll meet, dreams up the impossible structures, and he discovers how to actually break the rules of physics to make them happen. Maria says, "I'm quite fond of Andre. The twins are two sides of a single whole, but Andre has the capability to execute Peter's fantasies and designs. He's resolute enough not only to admit the possibility of the impossible, but also to implement it through persistent creative work. My uncle is quite capable of the former, too, but the latter. A personality like Andre's deserves nothing but admiration." Whereas Vlad the Younger says, "Without Andre's boldness, Peter's vivid imagination would have only existed on paper. It's a shame that the duo is in decline right now, really. Peter is a habitual drinker, and Andre wastes his life on debauchery and ruthless feasts," which is a phrase I absolutely adore. But dormant periods are common among creative people. They emerge from them carrying the prey of new discoveries in their teeth. "I see the dust of my beloved capital on this man's feet. Ta-da! I bet you must have met me." Wait a second. The uni? Were it you? Was it you juggling knives on the table? Ah, remember the time when we got the better of those bastards, eh? And you sat there all quiet, but when the tables went down, you grabbed the shooter. Yeah, I remember. Very brave of you. Those were the days. And look at me now. Those were the days indeed. Dankovsky, in case you've forgotten. And you are? Andre Stomatin, sentenced to death in 4 countries at your service. Rejoice and sing, those of you who are not looking for me to die. What were you sentenced to death for? You're not going to believe it. For my creations. The Downgate, the Alley of Heroes Ensemble, the other Stairway Round. The House was specifically renounced by the World's Association of Architects. Even though it's always been my little brother and me, I am usually the one to take the beating. Really, I didn't even know all those were your works. It's an honor to meet you.
What?
Sid, take a load off your feet. Ava wants to flee the town before it's too late. She said, only you can make that happen. Flee? Why in the world? Have yesterday's murders scared her so much? No one will dare lay a finger on her. Why won't they? Anyone who touches her will have to deal with me afterwards. That's reason enough already. Does dealing with you feel that bad? Flirting, Daniel, huh? It ends in various types of bloodshed, massacres, and broken spines. I don't kill people, but I will break the neck to anyone, I think they meant of anyone, who dares attack a woman. Hopefully there won't be an opportunity for me to witness that. On the other hand, Ava is somewhat right. Yeah, it's time to leave the place. Yesterday's orgy was disgusting. And by the way, a lot of people are confused by this line, but in my opinion, he's pretty clearly referring to the phrase an orgy of violence. Because as we saw, there were people attacking women in the streets. So, anyway, that's my interpretation, and it just seems like the most sensible one to me. The fight for the throne is about to begin, and I don't want to see its consequences. We can't stay here any longer. Are you with us? He's a man of action. So we're leaving? If my brother agrees, of course. I am obviously not going anywhere without him. I'll speak to him. So yeah, Peter lives next door to Saburov, which is funny, because Saburov absolutely despises Peter for reasons we'll get into later. And, yeah. I think
Seems
that's all
like
he has to say.
Haruspex is planning to distill Twirin. Fast learner.
I guess they say it Twirin in this one. I think they say Twirine in the other one, but I could be wrong. They may never say it in any of the voice lines. And also, the pronunciations tend to be pretty inconsistent in this. And I'm really sorry. I'll be right back once more. Many thanks for your patience. Back to the right window. Alright. I'm not sure exactly how much longer I'm gonna go, because it is getting a little bit late, but for a bit longer anyway. Yeah. I don't think Anna has anything for me, but I'm gonna stop in and talk to her anyway, just in case. That door doesn't do anything, by the way. Lots of decorative doors in this town, especially in the houses of the bound. Oh, Anna, you sketchy,
Could have been a
sketchy
famous singer.
So what do you think? Is it unstoppable? I've started saving up pills. Tell me which ones work better. Are you daft? Do you really think pills help with every disease? So, okay, yeah, she doesn't have anything to say. Yeah, she's, we'll get to know her more, but, she is terrible. How am I doing on... Okay, well, I've used up all my ammunition for now, but I'll get more later. I should have actually checked how many bullets I had before hitting reload. That would have been smart. Oh well. Hey, Gramps, repair my weapon. These are supposed to be old guys. They have some fun dialogue, by the way. All the townsfolk have you can have conversations with them. They have different things to say on different days, and sometimes they're enlightening, sometimes they're just amusing, but they're definitely worth talking to. I'm just skipping them for the purposes of this playthrough, just because, you know, there's already going to be a lot of me reading out dialogue. stopping in to see Sabarov on the way.
Now or never. We need a decisive move.
So, yesterday you told the Canes that we may possibly have to face an epidemic. I believe you, Bachelor. In all honesty, I am one of the few people that do. The rest are astonishingly blind. Excellent. The most important thing is that I've managed to persuade you. We still have a few precious hours to stop the disease from spreading, just like Irzador Burach did a few years ago. We need to declare a state of emergency, but I can't do anything. My hands are tied. You are the authority. What is barring you from declaring a state of emergency and being proactive? The authority belongs to the triumvirate that is presided over by the patron, the head ruler. But now that Simon is dead, his place is vacant. Georgi and Vlad are too afraid that the old balance might shift, but these tragic events are reconfiguring the local power landscape. And if I declare a state of emergency at my own discretion, there will be a feud, a civil strife. I need them to acknowledge me, at least. To take further action, I need the Olgimskis' money and the Canes' standing. I need Big Vlad's cunning and Georgi's energy. I also need their servants to follow my orders. Why won't they make concessions to you? It's glaringly obvious that every minute counts, else the town will die. What are they going to rule then? It's their damned infantilism. One of them is a greedy child, another is a whimsical one. They think that if they admit there is an outbreak in town, it will actually happen. But as long as they refuse to believe it, it simply doesn't exist. It's either megalomania or cunning calculation. What can I do to convince them? Find proof! Any proof, immediately. While Reuben tampers with the body, and he'll be busy with it for a long time since he's not a professional, the initiative will be lost. Help me, Dankovsky. Find factual proof, show it to them, and they won't be able to deny the truth any longer. Sadly, this is now my direct duty. I've received a pet letter from the powers that be, testifying to that extent. What steps are you planning to take? I've asked several people I trust for help. Perhaps they have already offered to help you too. Some of them have sent word to me already. Furthermore, Anna, the current owner of the Willows, is positive that she knows how to find irrefutable proof of the outbreak. She needs a competent person to assist her. Oh, now Anna has something for me. Fine, I'll speak to her. There she is. And, I'm gonna talk to Peter first.
No, I can't stand it much longer.
And actually, doing the House of the Living quest suffices to provide proof of the outbreak. The prices are rising with every passing minute. People are panicking. Isn't this reason enough for the rulers to declare a state of emergency? They're panicking over nothing. Had it been the other way around, it would have been better. We would know what to be afraid of, but the people wouldn't. People are often over nothing. Their panic makes perfect sense. Yes, they have stopped lynching girls on a charge of cannibalism and possession of 2 souls, but if the dead keep piling up, they will go looking for someone to pin that on. We'll be able to stop the threat before the panic turns into a catastrophe, but only if I'm supported rather than stonewalled. Everything is in your hands, Bachelor. Wait. I could have
That's okay, I'll make it. I'm made of wood.
I'm not going to turn in this quest to him yet, because I could swear there is a way to get him to give you a gun today, even if you already have one. And I want them to sell. So that I can... because they are very valuable, especially today. Did I already stop in here since midnight? Doesn't matter. Alright, so this is Peter's loft. He's been busy. And behold, the best jump scare in the game. Resemble anyone you know? In case you don't remember, Peter is obsessed with Maria Cana. And there he is, the dissipated architect, the mind behind the polyhedron. walls are covered with his blueprints, and for some reason he just has a bathtub in the middle of the floor. Because why not? And they didn't do a great job with his voice in this particular version, in my opinion. I liked the actor in 2 better, and the voice acting in that in general, but what really bugs me is that this version of him calls you old boy a lot, but the actor had clearly never heard the phrase, and so always says it awkwardly. Oh well.
I respects old boy. He's a hero. He'll join worms, the Tweer gatherers, mark my word.
That's the only time he says it naturally. Most of the time it's like, old boy. So, Gehrman? yeah. He's not as bad as Gehrman. Let's say that. He's more like a puppy. A very drunk puppy. A drunk hallucinating puppy, because Tweerin is hallucinogenic as well. And Angel says, while it's common consensus that both of them are brilliant, you don't need to be the brightest tool in the shed to see that Peter is the real genius. Such people are only born once a century. Not that I deny Andre his talent, but Peter has drowned his gift in Tweerin long ago, and it's become glaringly obvious that Andre is nothing without him. Now Andre believes that it is his duty to protect Peter and serve as a middleman between the harsh reality and the drunkard brother. Alexander Saburov says, both of them are rabid villains. Bonus points to Peter for also being a murderer. Alex, manslaughter would be more precise. Anyway, no matter what his creative achievements are, I would have ended him long ago, were he not almost completely mentally deranged. Wild, cruel, disruptive. Wild, yes, I don't know about the other two. 400 years ago, this type of artists were more than satisfied with using a knife for a brush and blood for paint. Nice Caravaggio reference. Or perhaps Cellini. Anyway, this is the kind of people that believe that creativity absolves any sin. I see the reflection of my epiphanies in your eyes. Who are you, my long-awaited guest? What do you mean by that? This means that the man standing before me is able to see what others cannot. My name is Peter, and I have built quite a few things upon this stone already. Are you a geometrician? I'm a Bachelor of Medicine, but I love mechanics, and I used to love math. So you are capable of love, too. That's truly beautiful. Many in this town are in love, but none of them are loving. Oh, I'm talking drivel. Who are you? Question time will be later. Let's drink some Tweer into our acquaintance, and don't you dare insult me by refusing. There is a retort in one of the cupboards, I think. It's an alchemical tool, / brewing tool. I think I didn't smash it yesterday. I was so pissed. Pissed isn't drunk, by the way, for non-Brits. Thank you. I'll drink to your wit. And this gets you a free bottle of Tweerin.
It's essential to allow yourself no time to think. That's how you get to heaven.
True. I can't shrug away the feeling that someone's scratching at the windowsill. Your brother suggests we escape this place. Escape this place? Is he out of his mind? Why is this place so special? Can't you see what I've managed to build here? Where else would I be allowed to do something like this? Everything that I have ever called my purpose has been brought to life in this town. For now, I have no reason to leave it. I haven't finished my observations yet. I'm this close to figuring it out. What are you talking about? You wouldn't understand. You've never built anything. You're wrong. I built Thanatica and created the groundbreaking theory of human mortality. In that case, forgive me. But then it's puzzling you don't understand me. You're prepared to risk your life for your life work, aren't you? Yes, of course I am.
Truth is foundation, and the reason of the perfection of beauty, old boy.
Everyone is after a female figure. What is this? The vestiges of matriarchy? The snake mother of the abyss? Yada yada? Uh-huh. Actually, an unusual girl has been walking around our town lately. Did you know? They say she can work miracles with her bare hands. If I happen to meet her, I'll test her miraculous capabilities. She can probably ease my headache, right? One more paranormalist. The concentration of anomalies on such a small piece of land is beyond my comprehension. But no, I'm going to say, what else can the girl do? She heals the sick and the incapacitated. Perhaps she is a healer, perhaps a saint, and perhaps she's just a fraud. I like to believe she's a saint. The world around us is rather low on miracles. She's a fraud for sure.
What if he can mix herbs? Fancy that. A new brew can come out of this. A new... you know, huh?
A new brew, dude. Yeah, that's why... Anyway. The dream you seem to be depressed. The dream mistresses are silent. This is both sad and strange. Quite sad and strange. Even Lady Katerina won't bestow her poisonous psalms upon us. Tell me about the dream mistresses, Peter. Tell me about the rabbits, George. Mistresses used to have some inexplicable, magnetic, motherly power over us. Katerina's problem is that she's a turncoat. You can't just stop in your tracks between the ridge and the abyss. You have to either climb or fall. Falling is easy. Climbing is commendable. What do you mean? Nothing, really. She's a false mistress. This is what bothers me. She doesn't have the right to see things. Seriously, my Twirin daydreams are better suited to change our life because I am at least honest with myself and true to my conscience. I've never betrayed anyone. All my life, I've only been doing the things that I believed to be true creative work. Change? I thought the clairvoyants see the inevitable. We don't have clairvoyance any longer. We're orphans. Blind puppies in the darkness. Yeah. Never mind. Have a drink. Did that, out of curiosity, get me a second one? Is it in drugs? No. Is it in rations? Where's the Twirin he gave me?
We easily forget those faults.
Oh, he didn't actually give me any
Twirin.
Twirin.
Only to ourselves. True. So true.
What the heck? Peter, you jerk. Where's my Twirin? Oh, well. Let's see. Okay, so I think I actually have to get Saburov his power in order for Peter to flee, because of course the first thing Saburov wants to do with his power, when he immediately starts abusing it, is to go after Peter. Because, naturally. So, let me go see what Anna wants. Because I don't actually remember what her quest is today. But I'm sure it's going to be interesting, because she always has terrible ideas. And, yeah. I also like her house. Alright.
Have you met ominous people in circus costumes here?
For anybody who missed the first stream, she is a survivor of the Ace of Diamonds caravan, a traveling circus that would kidnap and mutilate children. She is... You can later learn that she was probably one of the kidnapped children herself. But nevertheless, she was involved with them, and she is kind of a terrible person anyway. Whether or not she went along with any of their plans for real, because she might not have. She might just have been stuck with them. It's never made entirely clear because she's done everything she can to hide her past. So what do you think? Is it unstoppable? Oh wait, that again. I've come on Sabarov's behalf. Real proof is required for the rulers to devolve their powers to him and begin cooperating. And you know where to find it, don't you? Incidentally, are you aware that no one believes you? Seems like Sabarov the Despot was the only significant person to have sided with you. He could have prevented the disaster, but it's too late now. Why the hell doesn't anyone believe me, I wonder? Yesterday they were all very busy harping on about my educated opinion being the ultimate truth to them. Oh, it's all such a mess. We've been living a very quiet life for a while. We're not used to... A lot of people were killed yesterday, you know. I still can't believe it. It's like a pagan demon had passed through the town, possessing the crowd, committing foul murder, and somehow remaining invisible. So what was it you wanted to tell me? Disturbing rumors were heard from different districts all night, mostly inconsequential, and mostly driven by everyone's fear of the man-eater and the mob's crazed vigilantism. It's all rubbish, but I found several reports disconcerting. Rubbish. Tell me more about it. God! Stupid legends that would probably seem primitive and barbaric to you. Legends of a dead crawler, of a Mara that has one of her heads eating what the other has disgorged, of an oily Shabnak who has had his bowels dissolved into the ground by gray-haired Agas. Need I continue? Don't. Tell me about the hotbeds. The children know which houses are infected. There were 3 of them, 4 tops. You know what? Talk to Capella, the young Olgibskaya. Children are drawn to her like moths to a flame. They tended to hang around everywhere, and report everything to her. She's at the lump now. And tell her I will share my pills with the children. It's nice to have a network of little agents all over the place, putting aside the fact that all of them are also little Deathbringers now, of course. No. Okay, I'll talk to Capella. You stay here and don't go anywhere. So yeah, okay. Cool. Basically, this is, leading up to...
I used to sing every evening.
Leading up to another, way of finding, proof of the plague. Though I already have it. I just hope that I haven't locked myself out of, getting another gun from Sabarov for monetary reasons. But, I'm gonna go through with this main quest anyway, at least up to a point, because, I just want to see if I can reap any more quest rewards. Do you buy things for more than other people? I forget. Do I have anything to sell? I guess it doesn't matter. No, I think that's about the same. Oh well. I'll need Turin eventually, but I'll see if it gets any cheaper.
Laura and her company are buying up all food in town. Are we at war again?
Andre, tell me, how can I make the rulers do a reality check? Our damn rulers will never come to an agreement. Just like the corners of a triangle will never come together. It seems that now is the moment to let go of any feuds, but their actions are understandable. It's hard to bow down to Katerina. She can neither dream nor soothsay. Why is it the moment? We maintain balance on our own. Nature has nothing to do with it. Our choices are what establishes the harmony that is essential for survival. Now is the time for them to realize it. Now, when the balance has been disrupted by Simon's death. Katerina won't be able to rule like Nina or Victoria did. She has neither the power nor the talent. But Sabarov doesn't understand that and is trying to take advantage of the situation. Oh, by the way, Peter, Andre's brother, who we talked to up in the loft, he is one of the 3 canonical autistic characters, and has unfortunately taken a bad road. It's nice to talk to a smart guy. No, I think you've scared Sabarov. However stupid, he's also honest. He'll demand power not because he has a lust for it, but because he needs to fight the epidemic, the one that, with all due respect, no one but him believes in. However, but for both Kane and Olgimsky, his actions are an excuse to snatch more power. So the public doesn't believe in the threat of an epidemic either. The public believes there's an invisible man-eater walking among them. They will have to face the truth soon enough. Is there a way to make the rulers believe the only reasonable man around here? Do the Saburovs have any weight? As the mistresses were dying, Katerina was throwing herself hither and thither, unable to choose a role. She tried to be Nina, and she tried to be Victoria, but neither light nor darkness have worked out for her. She sucks at both. You want us to listen to the Saburovs after that? Officially, they have the strongest claim to be the sole leaders. Katerina is the last mistress, after all, but her abilities are dubious. She told you you would die, didn't she? But unfortunately, you're still alive. You can put 2 and 2 together on your own. I don't like people who speak in riddles.
There's nothing to talk about.
Any interesting news? People say all sorts of things over a bottle. They say no one has ever seen a Shabnak, but she's been heard. Heard by prophets, drunkards, housemates, and those who happened to walk past the Crucible that night. I wonder what the bastards were doing there. They probably wanted to get another glimpse of lovely Maria in the window. Jerks. Anyway. What did they hear? They've heard a wheeze, heard sobbing and breathing, very heavy, as if it were a whale. Those are apparent signs of the hair-eater, here and there, by the window, by the wall, behind the corner. Scared shitless, people then come here to forget themselves and the nightmare. Breathing so heavy that it can be heard through walls. Well, that whale hasn't got much time left. I'm telling you this as a doctor. Saburovs keep sounding like Sephiros to me, and there's a chance that's intentional. Interesting. This is a perspective I haven't heard at all on this, and I'm liking it because that is... Because, yeah, you do make some good points and have already made some good connections. I like it. Thank you. It's possible. It's also possible that Twirin addiction goes hand in hand with poetry. Poetic minds tend to exaggerate things. But are they really so deprived of imagination that they have to tell the same tale over and over again? That's the concern that's gnawing at me. Curious.
Why do you all come here to gawk at me?
Because you're the only bar in town, Andre. Peter doesn't believe me either. What's wrong with you people? How can I persuade him? And rightly so. Take a look around. You should have seen what the crude sprawl looked like during the outbreak. The houses that Barak had locked up were literally in agony, their walls swollen with boils, their windows covered in scarlet mold. There were blisters everywhere, blood mixed with ichor was flowing from the chimneys. That's how it was. Metaphors. No, I'm not being metaphoric. These are the facts. And yeah, he's not being metaphoric. There was moaning and howling all over Earth. Moaning louder... Earth being one of the districts of the town. Moaning louder than the morning siren at the works. The tormented were screaming so loudly glass would break in the windows, and it all happened over the course of several hours. That is what the sand pest is, so knock your bullshit off. Okay. What can persuade Peter? A convincing discovery supporting your theory can help. That outbreak has left a dreary impression on Peter. He's been heavily into Twirin since then, but there is no sand plague in town, so poor you. Tell Ava that the plan fell through because of Peter. Perhaps that will comfort her. I'll look for this discovery of yours.
Seems like Haruspex is planning...
Let me just make sure I didn't accidentally close the quest. House of the Living is done. And Let's Run is still going. Okay, good. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go with the main quest of the day, even though it's not strictly necessary right now. Yeah. Just because I do generally prefer to do as much as I can, and because often you can get useful quest rewards, and with the Bachelor in particular, people are only just ever so pleased to hand over piles of cash to him. And if you're smart about it, some of it you can even keep. So, yeah. That's the factory, by the way. Shut down. The Harrispex is hiding out in an abandoned basement around there, but I can't talk to him yet. And I'm gonna meet him at some point. Oh, good, nothing to repair. And yeah, that's it for now. So, yeah, the main quest wants me to talk to Capella, the young Victoria Olgimskaya II, but everybody calls her Capella. Their family, because he got...
I used to go out in the night, only to be found someplace new in the morning.
Their family, could star in a certain indie game that came out a few years back, because you got Vlad, Victoria, Vlad, and Victoria. They're most of the way to VVV. Bachelor Dankovsky, the founder of Thanatica. An unexpected visit. Capella, we've met! What are you talking about? Victoria, I need your help. But of course, how can I help you? Have you by any chance heard of anything unusual going on in the town? From the children, perhaps? You must be aware that I'm looking for Isidore's murderer. I was actually about to share this with you. Little kids come to me in flocks from throughout the town. They are all scared. The youngest are afraid of Shabnak. The older ones tell me that there is something wrong with certain houses, and who knows what's inside. I can see your intelligence is quite competent. Which houses are those? Children are lovely reporters. They remember all that's crucial to them in great detail, and leave out everything else completely. As for this case, my friends have noticed a staggering amount of details, and yet they have forgotten to tell me the most important part, so I can only give you a rough direction to the area. Instead of grousing, I'm just going to say I'd be more than grateful. It's in Earth, the troubled southern part of the town. You could use a guide down there. Find a boy named Sticky. He'll show you the houses that have fallen silent. He will also tell you what is where so that you don't get confused. Thank you. One more thing. Laura was looking for you. She needs your help with something. Everyone does. I've seen her already. Oh, now I have the, okay, so yeah, that's the quest that's where Sticky lives. So yeah, we're over here at the Lump, the Olgimsky's Manor. Oh, and by the way, quest markers don't go away after you've done them, until the next day, when it all resets, because all quests and side quests are bound to a single day. Anywho, I'm gonna go talk to Sticky. I think that was just my quest log updating, yes. Sometimes when you hear that scribbling noise and see that symbol, it means you've received a letter, in which case you need to press L to read your letters, and the only way to know this, unless you have a copy of the game manual, which, you know, very few people do, particularly since I believe Pathologic Classic HD didn't even get a physical release, only the original, more poorly translated version. I like the translation of this one. What was I saying? Anyway, what time is it? Oh, it's noon. Okay, not doing too bad for time. Good. And I'm gonna go the long way around, just because I want to stop by the tailor's shop. The translation, and I was talking about the translation because... Oh, right, the physical release because... Oh, the manual. Yeah, and the only other way to know it is to happen to see it in the key bindings menu, or you've heard it from somebody, so... Oh, wait, pfft, it'd help if I actually bought them, huh? Instead of moving away. Oh, do I have anything to sell? No, other than the gold ring, which is more valuable to me as barter goods. This is a nice little shortcut here, by the way. Makes a big difference sometimes. And although that building there has the same sign as the Broken Heart pub, it is unused building that you can't go into. Presumably they had some other plan for it at first, but, again, plans fall through. Oh well, maybe that was going to be the original location. Who knows? And nothing I want. And, oh, kids. Oh gosh, I should have traded with that girl. She might have had bullets. Dang it. Oh well. More fool me. I think I've already looted these bins, but I always check them out of habit. I should keep better track, but they do restock at some point during the day in this one, so it's fine. And Sticky is the kid we visited yesterday, so I'm just gonna go say hey to him. Dang, where is everybody to trade with today? What is going on? This is a really odd run so far. I don't know. For some reason, I just seem to be not finding as many people to talk to on the street as I would expect. But yeah. And this is, I think, the back of Sticky's house here. No, this is the back of Sticky's house here. It's a confusing district for sure. And what do you got? Yes. And oh, this district is also kind of a nightmare to come through when it's plagued, but then again, all districts are kind of a nightmare to go through when they're plagued. Alright. Sticky, what do you got to say?
Something's on. I feel makes my hair stand on end.
Will you teach me to tell a person's expected lifespan by their pupils? That's a reference, by the way, to, I think, I forget the name of it, but a real fake, a real pseudoscientific medical trend. A bunch of, nonsense that, was popular in the early 20th century. Martin Gardner, I think, in Fads and Fallacies, the sort of spiritual successor to Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds. I think talked about it in there, and the excellent podcast Sawbones had a good episode on it, but I can't remember the name. They say you've seen a silent house. I've seen it all right. Shouldn't have done that. Hey, can you check me, like you doctors do, just in case? Although they say if you get sick, you can feel it straight away. It feels as if someone was pouring boiling tar straight into you. Yeah. I should beat the living daylights out of you for that? Jeez Louise, Daniel, chill out. No fever, you're fine. So have you sneaked into infected houses? Which ones? One's really close by, just across the yard. That's one freaky place, alright. All hot and smeared with bloody fat. Ugh. They say bloody mold was crawling up the walls during the first outbreak, too. Like a scab. This is rubbish. A scab on stone walls? I know what I'm talking about. That thing's carrying the disease. That's why it's so creepy. What if it crawls further? And no one cares. The guys tried to tell them, if you see blood leaking from under a door, that's where Amara, a Shabnak has had a feast. But no one believes them guys. Is it better never than late or something? What makes you think houses like that are infected? Nothing. I'm not that sure, really. But you said yesterday that Simon died of a disease, so I put two and two together. I'm not a baby. I know how things work. And I don't really believe in all that step stuff, even though I live next to the kin. My father's friend is a tanner. He says it's all hogwash, too. You don't believe in step stuff? What do you mean? I mean what I'm saying. I respect old customs and all, but trains are more convincing than rights. A lot of folks here believe in step stuff. My mom also smeared our doorstep with horse milk and put bull bones into our pillows, and so what? Did that do any good? Alright, let's talk later. We've no time to lose. Come, I'll show you. No, I'll show you. You are not going anywhere. You're staying home and waiting for me to return.
This joint won't break. It's made of metal.
I think I know what we need to be looking for. Oh, Bachelor says, I really hope you've quenched your thirst for acts of valor. I think I know what we need to be looking for. I've heard all that stuff about a turnskin, a bloodsucker, a man-eater, about it being a man, about it being a woman. I've heard the tales of an invisible, many-headed beast that can go through walls, but that's all hogwash. Alright, enlighten me. What else is there to find? The killer is unusual, but it exists. We need to be looking for the carrier of the disease, right, Master? Now I hear a man talking. Who is it? A man-like creature, skin so pale that it seems to be gleaming. It comes from under the ground sometimes, turns up somewhere around the rotten field, between the cemetery and the abattoir. Have you seen it? Once. Not sure that was the thing, though. We've tried to follow it a couple of times, but it always knows it's being followed. Anyway, it fits the description. A rather strange thingy. I can even imagine why folks say it has several heads. Why? Because it does. That was a stupid joke, boy.
Something's on. I feel makes my hair stand on end.
Listen to me. Your main quest is to stay at home for now. Otherwise, you will get infected and die. Do you believe me? Anyone who doesn't believe there's an outbreak is a perfect fool. We need to block off everything. Delay is tantamount to death. Right? Right. But how do you know all this? Look, when people thought a man-eater was in town, they locked their doors up. Only the brave ones didn't, and those who somehow knew the rumors were all fibs. Got it? True, I've seen very few open doors so far, and now some houses are standing ajar. They say there's moaning coming from inside. All in all, no one in their right mind would invite the disease to their home. I'd say that kind of welcome is a bad sign. So you think I'm going... a thought-provoking observation... so you think I'm going to walk around pushing every door until one of them opens? What for? That's stupid. Even I wouldn't do that. There are other clues that set a dangerous place apart. Ask some guys around here. As for the girls, you can ask Grace and Capella. Not Murky, though. Her imagination is getting the better of her. She makes up a lot of weird stuff that gives me the chills. Thanks for the advice.
Every Joker's one step away from being a goner.
Every Joker is one step away from being a goner. That's because the Batsman has to save the city of Gotham from the Jokey Man. Alright. So, let's see. I think that all that's left is the House of the Dead quest, so... I mean, is going to the actual infected house. But, fun fact, I happen to know it's Isidore Barak's house. And, I don't want to go there, because there are plague victims inside, specifically, that spawn right behind you, once you've already talked to the non-infected person, or, well, she is infected, but uses a different character model than your average infected NPC, and that is literally the last thing to do before returning to Sabarov, so I think that's enough. And I don't think there's anything really worth looting in there, if I recall correctly. Oh, and by the way, Sabarov wants you to find proof of the infection, but that over there, that is the house. That is Isidore Barak's house. And, that was the Plague Finder, by the way. But, it only is useful when there's plague clouds around. But, oh wait, no, that's not. Sorry. That is Isidore Barak's house. But, yeah, you can literally see it. You can see it, and the boils all over it from his yard. And actually, if not for the fog... Okay, yeah, so there it is, between those two. You can see it from his front porch. That's how bad an investigator Sabarov is. Anyway. Alright, let's see here.
Now or never. We need a decisive move.
Actually, just a second. I want to make sure I do this conversation right. I want that gun.
I will restore the order here, rest assured.
Oh, you'll restore it, eh? Excellent. I found a house with more dead than living. I've already received a report of your spectacular success. News of your deeds precedes you. Now I want you to personally convey your opinion on what you have witnessed to Kane and Old Gimsky. Then we consider your mission complete. I will do that. Alright, so... yeah. Right.
My chest hurts.
Ah, dang it. I guess maybe I can do it after I finish reporting to them. Hey. I don't think Katarina's gonna have anything to say today, but I'm gonna check in with her anyway since I'm here. I don't think I can jump up this way. Oh, I can. Great. Useful shortcut if I'm being chased by a mugger.
This quiet is deceptive.
So you've seen for yourself that people differ greatly. Sad but true. Some of them shine like stars. Others are nothing but steppe grass. There is only one thing that makes them different. Truly outstanding people care for others, and are even prepared to give up their lives for their fellow men. People of the crowd only care about themselves. I have. Strange how the size of their hearts corresponds with the size of their mansions, if one were to believe you, of course. People will be willing to give up their lives for you, dear Bachelor, only to give you another chance to avert the forthcoming catastrophe. That is how you'll get to know them. Tell me, will you accept the sacrifices? No, I don't accept anyone's sacrifices. My job is to save human lives rather than waste them. The life of a person can become the fee you'll have to pay to see the events move forward, unless you'd be willing to contribute to them, of course. Their motives will differ, but their ability to give up their lives for a higher cause stays the same. Plague is the measure of humanity. Let them risk their lives, it's every person's right, but I don't want anyone to do it in my name.
Matchmakers are coming.
Okay, she's very talkative today. Easing the pain of those who cannot be saved is also a worthy feat, isn't it? The military arithmetics are a double-edged knife. Is a doomed person already crossed out from the list of survivors? Even the dead deserve care. What are you talking about? It's not a good idea to try to take away from the living for the sake of the dead, but perhaps you should share a part of yourself with them. It will pay back in spades. He who helps the dying pass on painlessly is sparing the world unnecessary suffering. We respect that here. Being considerate may even help you atone for murder. So if you kill someone and then help several others pass on, the murder will be forgiven. I'll keep that in mind.
It is as if my temples were pierced with needles. Do something.
I wonder where my girl is now. But she will fear no evil. She is a pure soul. Are you daydreaming? Are you talking about a dead child of yours? No. Okay, I guess that's it. Good. Oh, what am I stuck on? So, also anybody who missed the live one, the last stream, most of the important characters you cannot loot their containers. There are a couple of exceptions, in particular places where you can store items. but that's why I haven't been searching their stuff. You can, however, loot infected houses and such like. Gosh. But, yeah. And, oh, there was something else I wanted to point out, but I forget what it was. It's fine. There's a playground over there that, there is not really any reason ever to go to. It's just an odd little spot. Why am I going that way? This way is, I think, marginally quicker. And, okay. It's only 13:15, sir! Would that there were a way, perhaps even a mod, to not use frickin' military time in this game. Just have to mentally translate it every time. But oh well. And it's that way in 2 as well. Anyway. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Whee! But, yeah. Probably gonna cut it off relatively soon. I might just, see about finishing the day's quests and go from there, because I think we are near the end of pretty much everything we can do today. So, that might be the thing to do.
I can't breathe. Not enough air.
See what you've done, Doctor. You won't be able to leave this place now. The town is blocked off. I've transferred my powers over to Sabarov. He didn't hesitate to express his gratitude by assigning me to the position of an intendant. Now I'm in charge of equipping and maintaining infirmaries. I'm sure the trade is not the only line of communication with the rest of the world. I used to remember time Europeans laughed at us for not being able to do it, also Japan, but they just don't even know. Huh. Well, fair enough, I suppose, but, I mean, my thing is, if we're gonna change up the time system, we might as well switch to metric time. So, like, an actual, because, I did the math, and I think that a 1/10 of an hour, if we use 10-hour days, works out to approximately 15 minutes. Like, pretty close to on the dot. And so, like, so that makes a decent unit of measure. And so it's just like, why change it if we're not going to change it to something that doesn't use that isn't still bound to ancient counting on the finger joints rather than, or sorry, each of the 3 pads of the finger rather than counting on each finger, which is why we use 12 and 24 hours. Anyway, I'm sure the train is not the only line of communication with the rest of the world. It is. The station is shut off, but it will be reopened when a regular freight train arrives. It will definitely be, Doctor. That's when we'll discuss how to snatch ourselves a vehicle there. When is the train scheduled to arrive? Any day now. In fact, it was supposed to arrive some time ago. I'm surprised it hasn't. The government has to realize how dependent we are on their deliveries. Our survival is at risk here. Your survival is at risk for an entirely different reason.
Well, under the circumstances, any inheritance would be opportune.
Specifically, he's talking about the Harrispexis heritage, Artemis heritage, or inheritance. So good. I don't remember if there's another side quest today. Vlad Jr. didn't have anything to say to me, oddly. He often has side quests in general. Well, it's also related to the approximately 12 months per year thing and stuff, base systems. Yeah, it is messy. And, but, you know, the 12 months per year thing, yeah, that whole thing is a mess. Blame the dang Romans. And specifically, the dang Caesar's the worst of the lot. But the Romans were never that great to begin with. Their history is fascinating, but I will never be one of those people who holds them up on a pedestal, because they did a lot of really terrible stuff before and during their empire, and have had a lot of really bad effects in the long term. But, oh well. I mean, for goodness sake, Cato the Censor, who, by the way, gives us our current meaning of the word censorship, because censor originally meant somebody who took a census, among many other things. You know, he did censor books, and tried to suppress all Greek and other Eastern writing because he felt it was effeminate, and that Rome needed more martial pride, even though that, of course, was eventually what led to Julius being able to become Caesar. Anyway, which, of course, inevitably led to the downfall of Rome. But Cato is the first person on record to actually call for genocide with his whole Carthago delenda est nonsense, which is a shortening of, I forget the full Latin, but basically he would interrupt Senate meetings to declare that Cato declares that Carthage must be destroyed.
Most men only die because they know not how to prevent dying.
And he would end Senate meetings even when he wasn't supposed to be the last speaker with that as well. What an awful, awful man. Anyway. I feel guilty for having misled you, dear Bachelor. Forgive this old man. I thought your ignorance of our local affairs would mystically skew the circumstances in your favor. Forgive me if I was wrong. There is no unexpected news to be heard, is there? What news did you expect? Till the very last moment, I hoped that my brother's demise was of mechanical nature, that he had suffered a violent death. I was waiting so eagerly for it to be proven. The cause of his death will undoubtedly become the reason all of us will die. So it's the plague after all. Even if it were the Nail-Eater and evil spirit of the steppe legends, the fight would have been easier. Will you fight? We will fight until the very end. I will personally persecute those who would dare describe this disease as some kind of preordained divine retribution. That's Georgi for you. Completely missing the point. He's great, because he is also very, very smart, but he's more interested in the mystical side of things. I will attack anyone who would say Simon got what he deserved. Again, not the point. Finally, I will not allow anyone to say that what Simon has built by ceaseless labor is subject to inevitable destruction. Retribution? For what? Sooner or later, the one who dares challenge the mechanics of nature will pay the price. But this is not something we'd want to believe, is it? This is a conclusion drawn by people who tend to mistake their exhaustion for wisdom. However, even an echo would sometimes grow to become deafening noise. If people keep saying we're doomed, they might well bring about our extinction. What now, Judge? We're not that different from each other, dear Bachelor. I am grateful for everything you've done for us. I appreciate the risk you took to help us, and I am much obliged for the disheartening conclusion you've reached. No matter what you're going to do, you can count on our full support. The reward we have promised you will be duly delivered. Victor will make all the necessary arrangements. I won't leave you on your own in this battle, Georgi. We have a common foe, and we will fight this foe together.
He's a brave man, this Haruspets, worthy of Isidore's name.
There is always hope. Alright. I think that was just my journal update. I'll check my letters in a minute. But, yeah, this is where Victor can pay me. I knew he would pay me for the investigation at some point. Good. Good. go. Oh, and also, if you missed the last stream, the reason the houses are built like this, so that each important character has their own part of it, is that if one of them falls ill, and some of them will, because the other healers are not as bad, or not as good at their job as you are, and so some of their bound will fall sick at random. That means that you don't, say, get locked out of Capella's quests because Big Vlad is sick, or vice versa. Anyway.
What?
What? Give me that money. What the heck? Maybe he only pays me after I return to... I swear, they pay you at some point. Maybe he only pays me after I return to Savarov. I need to remember to come back here before the end of the day. Blast. Well, back to Savarov, and then I can finish Peter's... did not want to get that out. I can finish Peter's quest, and, and then, what's my inventory looking since I'm here? Okay, not bad. And, that might even be everything I can do today, I don't know. Don't know who else would have something for me. It has been a while, so, I do not have... I have never had perfect recall. I have a pretty decent memory. Especially spatial memory, I guess. But, yeah. Spatial memory and memory for quotes. Those are the main ones. But, oh gosh, it's almost 10. Yeah, I definitely need to wrap this up soon. I'm usually not up this late because, I don't know. At some point, I just stopped being able to usually stay up this late on the regular. So there. Don't really have a reason for it, it just kind of happened. But yeah. I think my earlier plan might be a good one, just depending on how long these take, but it shouldn't take too long to wrap these up, I think. I do also like the exterior design of the lump in this one for some reason. It's just... I like the architecture in this game in general, and in 2 as well. They have very different vibes, but they both have really good art design. And 2 leans very heavily into the intricacies of the architecture and the local symbols and everything. Where are all the people I want to trade with? Where are the kids with bullets? I need to give kids sharp objects so that they'll give me bullets. Where are they? I guess I should have gone through the center of town. There are often a lot there, but still. Wait, did I really have 8 flowers? No, I had 18 needles, which were next to the flowers. Okay. Because flowers are useful for trading to the littlest kids, who... one in particular will sometimes have schmouters. The miracle cure. And, yeah. Alright, back to the Rod, the menacing castle. There's more of the Sabarovs. Okay. Alright,
What has
Alex.
this town turned into? Truly a country of contradictions.
Truly a country of contradictions, you're right. I have received express messages from Kane and Olgipsky. No one will dare interfere with my choices now. We are declaring quarantine. We'll create an anti-epidemic operational headquarters. I plan to assign ourselves to be its supervisors. Myself, because it is my duty. You, because that would be fair. We must fight shoulder to shoulder. Do you agree? The long wait for 2, 3, 4 reminded me of System Shock taking so long to come out, and I don't even want to play it anymore. Not the game for me right now. Fair, yeah. I still want to get around to it, because I'm curious about it, but anyway. I need unrestricted authority, access to all districts, and a personal firearm. From now on, all infected districts will be blocked off. No one will leave the town until this situation is resolved. You will be allowed access to any and all areas of the town, of course. Neither Kane nor Olgipsky will have any right to stop you. You will have to provide the population with clear instructions. Be careful about it. It's not my place to mentor you, though. Of course, I will send you the text. However, I need a weapon, and the unrestricted right to use it. I will recruit volunteers. We will pick trustworthy ones, people of good standing, family men with good reputations. I will grant them the widest range of authority. They will thwart any violence or looting. They will also stop any attempts to use arms. Where and when can I be armed? Here, take good care of it. You have to be really persistent to get it. Firearms are rare in this town. If you need a gun, your best bet would be looking for it on the black market. Some townsfolk may keep makeshift, outdated, or prohibited guns. I am sure that those who do will want to use them sooner or later. That is how we'll find them. But I have almost none at hand. That is truly regrettable. Thank you for this anyway. Do what you think is apt. I only ask 2 things of you. First of all, take good care of yourself. Drink, eat, sleep. Be careful. I'm afraid many will take advantage of this situation to either settle old accounts or fulfill your hidden agendas. Alexander Sabarov. Because that's exactly what he starts doing. Secondly, spare those lives that can be spared. Thank you for the... well, I will act according to the circumstances. Yes, and now I can sell it.
Now or never. We need a decisive move.
Mm-hmm. We sure do. Bye! Excellent, excellent, excellent. That is good money right there. Okay, I think it is worth my while to repair it, maybe, but I honestly forget. So, I'm gonna go talk to Andre, so that I can then go back and talk to Peter. And it turned out it was Peter. We're still friends today. Where are the grandpas who can repair my new gun? I wonder. It'd be really great if there were one right here, so that I could use a rare save. And where is everybody? What the heck? So that I could save and reload just to compare the difference. Actually, this might do. Okay, so you'll give me 4,680 for a used one. I can't see the new one because it's in my hand. And you will give me 7,200 for one in good shape. So if the repair costs more than 2,600-ish, 2,520, then it's not worth it. Okay, good. Got it.
Fortune appears so blind to none as to those to whom she has done no...
Wait, did I mess this quest up? No, tell me I didn't. Maybe I can just go talk to Peter directly. to somebody here. Where are the random townsfolk? I swear, the streets are not usually this abandoned. I guess they're never around when you want them, but still. But this is ridiculous! Oh, right, I should also swing into the shop over here and see whether the pub buys things for more or not. It is strange to me how menacing the shop music is. 4,680. No, it's the same. Okay, good. I should also check Kane's shop now that I think about it. That was today's quest totally finished, right? Yes. Okay. Maybe I have to talk to Ava?
I respects old boy. He's a hero. He'll join Worms, the Tweer Gatherers, mark my word.
Maybe I have to talk to Ava. I hope I don't have to reload to redo this, because I do want to finish this quest. You can't leave, of course, and again, my concept of the Bachelor is that he really wouldn't, but I can see him trying to trick Ava into getting on the train without him, out of misguided chivalry. But I repeat myself. Hopefully that's it. Hopefully Victor will give me some money too. Maybe I wasn't supposed to talk to Andre after talking to Peter earlier. That's a lot to redo. Frig. I hope I'm wrong. Or, well, I hope I'm right that I need to talk to Ava specifically. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Where is everybody? What all of the heck? This is such a strange playthrough. Oh, is this... Can I... Oh, good, okay. So there's a quest later where you have to go into this park, but there is a fire raging in the entrance, and I think even jumping over the fire burns you. But good, you can sneak in that way. Cool. Learn something new. It's 2 new things I've learned today, one with real-life significance. Or no, I guess that was yesterday. Just looking something up and found a neat fact about certain book club editions, specifically those from Doubleday, who put out a lot of them under their various imprints, and notably the science fiction book club is theirs. I don't know if they still do it or not. I need to check a more contemporary one, but at least they used to do a thing where they would identify the actual printing date pretty closely in the back of the book by putting a secret code in the gutter of one of the last pages of the book. Of book club editions specifically, and it's typically a 2-digit number and a letter, or vice versa, and the 2-digit number refers to the week of the year. The letter is a code referring to a range of years, so like Q for some reason I think was the mid-1970s, which was for the specific copy of Dune I was looking at. But, yeah. Anyway. Neat. Neat little thing that, I had never known before. And now you know, too. The more you know.
gloomy this year.
Why won't you give me the money? Georgi promised me the money. Ah. Come on. Ah, come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, enough of that. Honestly, usually he's generous. Maybe this quest is just bugged? I don't remember. Blast. Or maybe I said something wrong to Georgi. That is always a possibility, because you can actually lock yourself out of things in this game, in case my rambling earlier didn't give that away, by talking to somebody wrong. So it's always important to consider your audience. Also, I do like their skyboxes. Anyway. Ava...
If Simon's body
Okay,
is
thank
vulnerable
goodness.
to the murderer, the whole town is.
Andre has agreed, but he won't leave without Peter, and Peter doesn't want to go anywhere. I'll try to persuade him, but I don't think I'll succeed. Maria would do much... Oh, that's right, of course. Maria would do much better, though. Do you think she may agree to help? Is there no other way? I don't think I should discuss our escape with Maria Kano. And this is a hint for how to talk to Maria in a minute. Why? Or is she... no, okay. Do you have any real proof of the forthcoming outbreak? I do. There is no other way. Talk to Maria. She's Nina's heir. The twins won't listen to anyone else but her. Peter is so unpredictable, but Maria knows how to clench his heart. One word from her would be enough for Peter to change his mind. I'll try. There we go. Okay.
I've seen the angel of death by the window.
Yeah, I know. But, you don't have to worry about those just yet. They'll only start showing up when the plague gets into serious swing. So... Also, for some reason, when this district is plagued, this particular sand pit here is a favorite spot for plague clouds to just randomly appear. By which I mean they have fixed spawn locations sometimes, and that is one of the fixed spawn locations. So the opposite of what I actually said. May you find your worth in the waking world. Yeah. I do love Bloodborne. Like, it would be so nice if it would come out for PC, because I don't want to get a PS5, because that's really the only thing I want to play on there. Okay. This merchant does buy for more. I wonder if that's just today or in general. I should check on that. So I need to remember to sell here as much as possible. Good. Good. Okay, great. I thought I remembered that somebody bought for more, but I still want a grandpa to repair this revolver. Maybe. Though I suppose I have a little more leeway on the cost of the repairs, I mean. Okay, Maria, you... that dress, I swear.
Why can't I move on my own?
Tell me, Maria, do you have any influence on Peter Stomatin? He has a greater influence on me, why do you ask? Why? Your questions are very indiscreet. You've only known me for 1 day, in Daniel. I've known you for a little longer. Your curiosity will be sated in a little while. Allow me to torture you with obscurity for now. On the other hand, it's very simple. He's a genius. Really? He must be constantly exposed to vicious hatred. Why? His way of thinking is provocation enough. What else do people hate each other for? People never hate geniuses more passionately than they crave them. Some would kill Peter. The rest are probably quietly suffering, seeing him sink his talent in Twire vodka. And who would want to kill Peter? You know, Saburov hates Peter. He wants to get back at him for something. I must protect him. If only Saburov seizes the power... If only Saburov seizes the power he is so hopelessly trying to obtain, Peter will be the first to stand at the bone stake. That's where we saw the auto-da-fe yesterday. Curious, you know, this gave me an interesting idea, because the last thing I want is for him to die. There we go. Okay, good. Now I can continue the quest. Hey. Wait, do you have anything else to say?
Her mystical affinity tickled Katerina's fancy.
But, if you tell Maria that you want to encourage the architects to leave, she will actually personally put a stop to your quest and prevent them from leaving. Because she has reasons of her own for wanting them to stay. So yeah, you always have to carefully consider everybody's motives, because remember, she's part of the Kane family. The Kane family is heavily invested in the local architecture, and specifically the polyhedron. They have every reason to want these reality-defying architects around. They're the ones who brought them here, after all. And they do not want them to get away. They're willing to put up with them sinking themselves into dissipation, but not willing to let them go. Because the dissipation, I think they're confident that they can eventually cure if they have to. But yeah, I do really love that you actually have to consider what the other characters might be thinking. The Vlads will never act against their business interests, for example. Except in very, very, very specific circumstances that we'll get into later. I've already searched these bits. Oh, good. That's great. Oh, wait. Wrong way. Just don't look directly at it. It's dangerous. I do also like the general autumnal vibes of the game, because it's just very specifically set, and I enjoy that, because autumn is definitely one of my favorite seasons. It's in my top 4, at least. Ha ha. I do like Peter's Ladder to Nowhere. I want to climb it, but I can't. I always like to climb things in games. When I was a kid, I liked to do in real life as well.
Bad Twirin makes your head wooden. Good.
Haven't changed your mind, have you? No. I have news for you. This evening, Alexander Saburov will become the governor. Olgimsky and Kane are going to vest him nearly unrestricted powers to curb that epidemic that your brother and you refuse to believe in. And that is a correct use of vest, because it is what invest is from, and you can invest someone with powers. Bloody hell, are you sure about this? I am. What of Georgi? What does the judge say? Bloody hell. So Saburov will be the judge now, too? I don't think so, but he'll have the right to execute anyone whom he considers to be guilty of breaking the quarantine. That's it. I'm a dead man. As luck would have it, it happens exactly when I'm about to create a truly glorious masterpiece. Uh-huh. Fine, let us go. So I'm telling Andre you've agreed. Hooray!
What if he can mix herbs? Fancy that.
He's also talking about the Harrispecs, by the way. And we heard that line earlier. Alright, good. Glad I did not mess up that quest. A relief, to be sure. And again, where are the random townspeople? What is going on? I just want to give sharp objects to children and have old men repair my guns. Old men that don't actually look that old in their character model, but the dialogues, conversations you can have with them imply they are. Where is everybody? Didn't even really see that many people in the middle of town. Do you have anything I wanted? Twittering, yeah. I think it might get cheaper tomorrow, but I don't remember, so I'll just check tomorrow. It doesn't matter either way, because I don't
Fortune
need it right now.
appears so blind to none as to those to whom she has done no good. That was an aphorism.
I do want to end more of my sentences with "that was an aphorism." Your brother has agreed. Well, don't let the door hit our asses on the way out, then. There are plenty more shitholes in the world. I might need a gun, though. Do you have a weapon? No, I don't. Right. Let's do the Let's do the preparations separately, then. Here's some money. The black market around here is run by a mongrel calling himself Bad Grief. Have you met the rodent already? No, I didn't have time for it. He resides at the northern warehouses. And so? You can always find human-killing stuff at Grief's. Now then, he'll obviously try to rob you as best he can, but you only need to say, "Andre is off to the kennel," to him, and he'll change the tune immediately. He may even give you something for free. Whoa, what does that phrase mean? An old business of ours. It means that he forgot who I was while I was busy drinking in this den. Alright, then what? Then you come back. Meanwhile, I'll try to think of a way to get on Gugong's good side. Who's Gugon? Gugong. I know who Gugon is. He helps me remove stickers. One of the locals, a deaf and dumb train driver. Not quite human. Made of soil and bones, glued together with sticky blood, and inspired with thick Twirin, just like all his step-brethren. I'd break his neck, but the engine wouldn't go anywhere without him. Don't you frown. I'll deal with him. That is fortunate. So, good. This is, when I'll be allowed to go talk to Bad Grief. He only gives me 1,000. Grief, charges exorbitant prices for everything he sells. That is just his way. But on the other hand, he does sell things that are impossible to get anywhere else sometimes, so there you go. That is just how the black market works. He is such a weird little weasel in this game. He's a lot more likable in 2 because he's been, like several of the characters, just sort of completely reimagined. In the second one, he is an old childhood friend of Artemis. They've long since drifted apart. I also do like the reflections in the water. I think they did a good job with that. Especially for a game of its time. Anyway. Also, the warehouses district is an absolute nightmare when it is infected or burned out. Hey, Oldman, repair my weapons. Get over here. Okay, so I think that would have been too expensive. Yeah, that would have been too expensive at a normal shop, but if I sell it at the Kane's Tailor, I think that'll be an investment rather than a waste of money. Although I hope that doesn't mean I just locked myself. Can I talk to Ruben? Hey, there's my boy. What up, Ruben?
I'd rather not go looking for another hideout.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, he doesn't have anything to say right now. By the way, you can store stuff at Ruben's. And he has a microscope, which is convenient for a couple of quests. The only other microscope in town is in your digs. Yeah, the little twisty blind corners in here are terrible when there's either plague or muggers around. Other than this guy, he's a friendly mugger. He's Grief's pet mugger.
Feels like my stitches are popping.
Welcome, welcome, dear guest. Give the man something to drink, let him grab a bite, sit him down comfortably, show our big city guests some respect, and don't let him out till I say otherwise. Enough. Wanna play cards, dice? The stakes ain't big city, but the game's pretty gritty. I have a fondness for my money, thanks. Since we've just met, Doc, you go in peace. For the first and last time. But next time your exit will cost extra. Next time it'll be you begging me to come.
Yeah?
I need a weapon, Grief. Everybody needs a weapon. Got $1 million? We even got you something that shoots for $1 million. There ought to be a gun somewhere around, eh? Just one, pretty please. But everything has its price. $1 million. That price benefits an artillery mortar, mate. Oh no, my lovely man. The mortar is a gift, it is. You can't go shooting them robbers in a dark alley with a mortar. Barker, on the other hand. But it would probably cost you even more dearly, dear Doc. Andre is off to the kennel, Grief. That changes things. Take this one for free. But it ain't be doing much shooting for too long. It'll suit me fine. Oh, 15 bullets, yes.
Soborov will regret this. Haste makes waste.
This whole conversation has become sus. Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, and by the way, Peter Stamotin says, what is he, a storekeeper that neither keeps nor stores? He's got a whole community of birds of his feather there. Somehow they manage the warehouse business past Big Vlad's pocket. They accept twire gatherers and throat cutters as their brethren. Uncharacteristically of the locals, sometimes they put their knives to use. But really, their twirin is something else. Vlad the Younger thinks. His real name is Grigory Filin. The thieves call him Big Bad Grief, even though he's merely a nuisance. Grief is the kingpin of the shady world. Name any prohibited item, and rest assured they're selling it. Father has no choice but to tolerate him. Somehow, these loafers managed to get a firm hold over the workman community. If only we had a direct communication options with them, there would be no need for those parasite middlemen. Or should I say, metalmen? And yes, that is canonically how Vlad the Younger laughs. I've decided. Quod ego dixi, because I said so. I have business to discuss with you. Well, we're all business people here. Speak up, mate. I want to buy medical supplies from you. Won't sell you nothing. Don't have any. You're alone. Of course you have some. Quite the contrary, Doc. Quite the contrary. I'd buy them drugs for sure. Just bring me some. See how everything's going around here. And you want to rob us of pills? You do not have my consent to that. They'll save us from the fever. What, you mean you'd buy any pills? Well, no, I'm not an idiot, mate. Sovereign ones. It's also the correct use of sovereign, by the way. Sovereign against a particular disease, specifically, is an antiquated usage. Anyway. Words get round, you know. Everyone knows what works and what doesn't. I'm warning you, demand for those things is huge, like a bull. If you need ammo, I concede to that, no problem. Nothing's too good for my dear man. You sly weasel.
What?
Dear men bring dire omens that'll cost us dearly, dear Doc. Grief, what's going on in the termitary? The boss yeah, he's definitely supposed to be Cockney. I'm American, though, so, so that has a lot harsher meaning over here. The big guy, that is. There's plague all around, and there he is, giving absolutely zero shits about the people. He probably knew all about it, knew about it all along, and didn't say a thing. What do you mean? He'd hang himself before stopping the pump. He'd have us all dead and hanging just so that fat gets sucked from the ground and blood gets sucked from the people. Why is the termitary all corked up? Why did they stop them factories today? Those worker bees won't ever say boo to a goose. They won't. So you're a civil activist now, worrying about the plight of the working people? Weren't it your workers that were cutting the real workers' wives at every dark corner yesterday? No, I'm gonna say, why is it corked up then? There's 1,000 of herrings packed there, and another 1,000 on top of that. 3,000s more in between, and half 1,000 by the side. All of them working bees living cooped up together like worms in a dead body. No one's been coming out of there for 3 days. So what's the tale, I'm asking, eh? An order came through, they say. Sabotage suspected. And then you cracked the plague riddle yesterday. So I got myself an epiphany. You think Vlad quarantined the termitary? Wouldn't want to let Mara the Maneater now, would he? So he probably knew about it all along. Probably wanted Simon to get lost already. Lost in the netherworld. And all he had to do was just sit tight, you know? Sit tight and do nothing. What do you think? There is some food for thought there.
They're carving up the town. It's clear who's gonna bag the prize. The kinds aren't getting back enough feet anytime soon, and Vlad keeps mum. Got a finger in the pie, that's for sure.
Are you implying that I owe you something? Oh, okay.
Yeah?
I want to buy something less than legal from you, please. Ah, you've got a rifle. 20,000. Ah! Okay. Let's see. Okay, if I sell both of my spare revolvers, I think I might be able to have enough for that. Oh my gosh, I gotta get back here by end of day. 1,200 per bullet. Oh, grief. Never change. Only 400 for rifle ammo, though. Only 400. Was it Bill Hicks who had the, he would have called it a joke, but, you know, really, honestly, not a bad idea. Make guns as cheap as you like, but, make every bullet cost $10,000. Though that, of course, has certain other problems associated with it, because you know who I don't want to have guns? The rich. I mean, really, I don't want anybody to, but they get away with enough already. In this stinking world of ours. Alright, let's see here. Ah, good. But again, where is everybody? During the day, usually this park is filled with people. I mean, if not filled, at least there's somebody around. What is going on? Is there somebody walking over there? No, it's just the water fountain. Okay. Okay, so back to the Sabarovs, and then back to Griefs. And then... wait. This is not the most efficient path. But how am I doing on time? I'm okay for time. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. time pressure is absolutely always an issue in this game. But never to the point that you shouldn't stop to loot trash cans. Or, well, almost never. Everybody. This corner is also usually a great place to find NPCs. What is going on? I know I keep saying it, it's just really strange. Overtime guns would wear out and appreciate in value. Yeah. There aren't any of the rich people wandering around. Maybe it's just because it's day 2. Is there something with day 2 where there just aren't as many people on the street? Because everybody's panicking? I don't remember. I might be giving too much credit, but... Again for coming to this. I hope you're enjoying it. I wanted to stream this just to take my mind off things, and this is A, a good game for that for me, and B, this gives me enough levels of distraction because my massive brain is capable of going at 1,000 miles a minute regardless. I'm just gonna go ahead and sell the free gun I got instead of repairing it, just because I haven't found anybody to repair it for me. Yeah, I think it was worth it to repair it. Wait. Oh yeah, okay, that's more. Good, good, good. Yes! Is there anything else I can sell for a little extra scratch? You know what? Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I don't need them all for trading. I just want to have a little left over, you know? Because I don't remember what all I'm going to need money for. Definitely going to need it. I'm going to check in with Victor again, just for the... I'm going to talk to Georgi again, then Victor again, to see if I can extort me money. Over here with the video playing in the background, while I play video games, reading manga during loading and shit. Yeah, not a bad idea. Sounds pleasant. I also do like Georgi's house. It's cozy. Though I like his house in 2 way better because it is beautiful.
He's a brave man, this Harus Betz, worthy of Isidore's name.
Where's my money, Canes? I mean, they're going to be plenty generous tomorrow, or the next day, with their various quests, but still. Fill all the senses, yes! Whee! Also, you might think this was a hand, but no. It is a person curled up and upside down. It is a very strange little sculpture.
I feel as though my blood is getting thicker. An omen, is it not? It's like something is pulling my strings.
Come on. Oh well. Unfortunately, the clock doesn't work, but... Oh well. Wait, what time was it? Okay. 6:30-ish. Yeah, as I mentioned, this isn't the most efficient path, because I am going to have to come back here to talk to Ava. But it's okay, because her house isn't too far from the train station. So, it all works out. And I've got plenty of time, since I'm already done with the main quest for the day. And, that is always the main concern. Side quests you don't ever really need to finish one most of the time. There are a couple that are pretty vital, I think, for one reason or another, but in general, you can skip them if you want to. But I don't wanna. Because I live in the modern world and we are obsessed with content. Always more content. Said the woman doing a live stream on YouTube. So I guess I have no room to complain, huh? Right, I heard he looted all of these. But again, I don't want to keep harping on about this, but where is everybody? Give me a break. I've got so much to trade. I don't think I've ever had this much trade goods at once in Pathologic 1. Actually, I probably have later on in a run, but still. Also, a surprising number of NPCs you wouldn't think would be running around the warehouses are to be found running around the warehouses sometimes. Not all the time. Let's see, where am I? Okay. The warehouses are by far the most confusing district. It's so easy to get turned around. Okay, there's Rubens. Rubens is right around the corner from Grief's. I have no reason to go see Notkin today, and I haven't received any other letters, so, Which content? Discontent.
Haste makes waste.
True, Grief, true. Okay, good, a rifle. I don't remember exactly how many I need, but I think I need at least 5, and then I want to keep one for myself. That's going to be for much later. I'm using metagame knowledge unabashedly in this playthrough. 2,000 for a lockpick. Forget where else to get one. I can't believe I don't have one by now. I'm sure somebody has one. Okay. I'm going to save the game. I'm going to be right back. Oh my god, it's 10:30. No, I'm gonna save the game, and I'm gonna end the stream here. So, yeah. Just a moment while I switch things over. How is the volume level on this here outro? Outro screen. And, just stop the game. Alright, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Smash the like button! Don't if you don't want to. I don't actually care. I'm doing this for my own amusement. So, I don't care about growing a channel. Anyway. Yeah. So, thanks so much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll probably do this again soon. Maybe even tomorrow, since, today is my Friday. So I'll have plenty of free time. And, yeah, okay, let me adjust the volume in that real quick, because I do want it to be right. Alright, cool. But, yeah, I hope you all have a lovely evening, or if you're watching this later, whatever